That's quiet.
Try to put freezing you guys out.
Bob,
Hello. I'm Ms. Irving.
Ms.
Mrs. Irving is my mom.
When in doubt, when in doubt, Ms. Okay, here we go. Good evening. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, June 20, 2023. The time is 5 p.m. and the regular meeting of the following will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Assets successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Gomez.
Present.
Councilmember Harriman.
Here.
Councilmember Irving.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Here.
Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the introduction to public comments. Before I do that, Madam Clerk, are there requests?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on then to the declaration of closed session items. Mr. DeBortnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We have 5 items this evening, 4 of which are existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1. With respect to items A, B, and C, disclosure of the information could jeopardize settlement discussions. With respect to item E, the parties to the name of the litigation, the case number set forth on the agenda. Item D, the 5th item is public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957B, and the position title is City Manager. To the extent there's reportable action, we will report it either at the conclusion of the closed session or at the commencement of the regular 6 o'clock session.
I missed item number E. Or did
I mentioned the first 3 and then I
Okay,
mentioned
and then that one. Gotcha.
out of order. Sorry.
I thought you did. Okay, there we go. All right. With that said, we're going to go ahead and recess to closed session. We're now in closed session. We'll resume at 6 p.m.
Ay, ay, ay. Mind you, it's hanging in the garage.
Good evening. Today is Tuesday, June 2023. The time is 6 p.m. and we are resuming the open session of our regular meeting, the following of which will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Assets successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Gomez,
Present.
Councilmember Harriman,
Here.
Councilmember Irving,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Here.
Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. All right, moving on to closed session announcements by our City Attorney, Mr. D. Bortnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We had 5 items this evening. The first 3 were all existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956D1. And with respect to those items, information regarding the parties is not disclosable at this time because it could hinder settlement discussions. Item D was public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957B, and the position was city manager. At this time, there's no reportable action with respect to that item. The last item was existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1. Again, the case names and the case numbers are on the agenda. And with respect to that item, the council voted 4-0 with Councilmember Gomez being absent to rescind the prior attorney-client privilege waiver with respect to case number MB121007253 as noted on the agenda. That is all we have with respect to reportable actions.
All right, thank you, Mr. D. Bortnowski. We're now going to move on to our invocation led this evening by Elder Michael Reyes of Destiny Christian Church. That'll be followed by our Pledge Allegiance led by Police Captain John Wickham. To the extent that you're able, please rise.
Father, we bless you and we give you glory and honor and praise, Father, on this day. For this is the day that you have made, and we do rejoice and are glad in it. And Father, your word declares, Father, in all that we do, we are to acknowledge you. And so, Father, we acknowledge you and we request your presence to be here. Father, even on tonight, in Jesus' name. And Father, I lift up, Father, these leaders, Father, of Victorville. And God, I pray for this council. Father, I pray that they are united. Father, that they would have the same steps, the same speech, Father. They would have the same mindset, Father, that they would, Father, be comforted by the Spirit of the living God. And Father, I not only pray for them, but I lift up their families in Jesus' name, that all would be well, that there is no sickness, Father, no diseases, Father. And I lift up, Father, this community in Jesus' name. Father, every person, Father, every man, woman, boy, and girl that comes from the north, the south, the east, and the west of Victorville. And Father, we pray, Father, for those that are in need, Father, those that are struggling, Father, those that desire a better life, Father, those that just want more, Father. And so, Father, even now, Father, in this council and this community, Father, I pray that there would be a commitment one towards another. Father, that they would work together. They would come alongside and work the issues of life in the name of Jesus. Father, we could look at the news. Father, we could see the issues that are going on. But Father, even in this city, the high desert, Father, I would pray that there would be a willingness to work together to unite as the people of Victorville, that our city, Father, would be that is a blessing to all those that are around it. in the name of Jesus. And so, Father, even on tonight, Father, I pray that there would be peace in the land, peace in this place. Father, let there be no anger. Father, let there be no bitterness, Father, as whatever is discussed, whatever takes place, and whatever the decision is made. But Father, I do pray that wisdom would rest upon the deciding members. Father, as it was upon Solomon, Father, the wisest in the word of the living God. And there is none such as before. So, Father, but I do pray that wisdom would settle in. And, Father, there would be no rash decisions, but, Father, that they would count the cost. Your word says, let a man count up the cost. So, Father, in the decision, let a cost be made, not only for today, but for tomorrow. And not only for the tomorrow, but for the next generation on the decisions that are made today that will have the rippling effect through life. But, Father, we give you praise and we give you glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. Captain.
Please face the flag and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Elder Rios and Captain Wickham. We're going to now move on to our special presentations this evening. It's a momentous evening for sure. So with that, I'd like to invite Chief Foster, Captains Torres and Derorian, Engineers Gilmartin, Blass, and Carter to come forward and join me. Please line up to my left in the order that you were called. Council members, if you'll stand to my right. All right, tonight I have the great honor of recognizing members of our Victorville Fire Department with the Lifesaver Award. On March 22nd of 2022, our Victorville Fire Department responded to a single car traffic accident. Captains Torres and Dororian and Engineer Gilmartin from Medic Engine 313 were the first to arrive on the scene, where they found Maro Lopez Jr. in the desert suffering from multiple traumatic injuries after being ejected from his car. Recognizing the severity of Maro's injuries, they immediately began to render aid and called for an airship. Engineers Blass and Carter from Medic Squad 315 arrived soon and provided assistance. Working together, these fire personnel continued to render aid until the airship arrived to transport Maro to a trauma hospital. Because of their life-saving measures, Maro Lopez is alive and has recovered from his injuries. He and his father, Maro Lopez Sr., are here tonight in expression of their gratitude. Now, on behalf of the entire Victorville City Council, we are pleased to recognize Captains Scott Torres and John DeRoyan, I always get that wrong, Engineers Richard Gilmartin, Casey Blass, and Leonard Carter for your outstanding service and life-saving efforts. Mr. Torres? I'm sorry for massacring your name. Gilmartin, thank you. And our other two are not here this evening, but certainly we do honor and recognize them as well. Gentlemen, our city is blessed to have you. The Lopez family is blessed to have you. We thank you for your heroic efforts and keeping our community healthy and safe and going above and beyond. We thank you. Congratulations. Chief Foster, would you like to say a few words?
Always. Good afternoon. I want to share with you that being ejected from a car is probably one of the most horrific accidents that any of us respond to. It's almost always fatal, and it is so good to see you sitting here. And I have to say, I've been here for almost 3 months, and I've worked in several other places with thousands of other firefighters. And the firefighters in the Victorville Fire Department and the firefighter paramedics are among the best that I've ever seen. So if I'm having chest pain, I'll come to Victorville and let them help me. So I'm so proud and I'm thankful to be here. So I'm so glad to see you here too.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a few pictures, and then directly after that, I'm going to ask Maro Lopez Sr. and Jr. to come up and say a brief word. We're so honored that they are with us this evening. So, and Chief Foster is giving them these very special pins. Congratulations again. All right, so we can take some pictures. Sue, would you line us up the way you want us? Everyone, this is Sue Jones, our Public Information Officer, and she tells us what to do.
So why don't we, so we have a nice group, put some tall people in the back, go to the front. That would be good. So we're all. Leslie, why don't you come in the front? Yeah. That looks like a good grouping. Y'all look wonderful. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I'm going to take several. Great. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lopez Sr. and Jr. No, you're not gone yet. Would you like to come up? So I've invited them to say just a few words. Who would like to speak first? This is Maro Lopez Sr., Maro Lopez Jr. I'll just hand it off.
Good evening, everybody. To be honest with you, there's not really any words to say. To have somebody give me my son back. You know, when we found out about the accident, it was hard to believe that it happened. But to know that we have people like you that care and go above and beyond, there's no way to express my gratitude. Thank you is not enough. But I appreciate everything you guys do. I know it's hard work, and I'm grateful that you gentlemen were there. Thank you.
Mr. Lopez and our survivor.
There's not much I can really say besides thank you. And again, like my father said, it's not nearly enough to be able to get the second chance at life. I was blessed enough to get a team of experienced people, especially since I'm very tall in stature. It's probably not the easiest to deal with, but I had a very good team working with me who kept me calm through most of the interaction. I do remember you guys coming up and telling me that I'll be okay and that everything's going to be fine. Even though in my head, I believe you guys kind of weren't too sure about it. But I do appreciate it. And you actually gave me the strength to fight on and keep going. And I'm here today to be able to thank you guys and admire the people that were working with me and kept me here to spend time with my family.
Thank you. Oh, yes, you need to stay. 15 more seconds.
Sorry. I'm so bossy. Over here so I can get away from the podium. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, here we go. 3, 2. Great. Very much.
Well, I have to tell you, it's difficult to follow that, but we have to move on with business. All right, Madam Clerk, will you kindly present the agenda and any revisions thereto?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have one revision to the agenda tonight for agenda item number 18. Receive and file annual single audit on federal expenditures report for fiscal year end June 30th, 2022. We're revising page 3 of the staff report, which is page 2205 of the agenda, due to a grammatical error where the word personal was improperly utilized instead of personnel. The corrected page attached. The same error is found on page 17 and 18 of attachment A, which is page 2226 and 2227 of the agenda. The same error is found on page 6 and 7 of attachment B, which is page 2244 and 2245 of the agenda. Corrective action plan. Staff has received an email from Casey Rademacher, principal with Clifton Larson Allen LLP, that indicated the findings were relative to personnel services, specifically payroll and standard city employee fringe benefits. Her email further indicates the single audit and corrective action plan cannot be edited as the report has already been distributed to the federal government electronically, and indicated the city could rely upon the attached email clarification. That concludes the revisions to the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're going to move on to conflict of interest declarations. Council members? Hearing, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move on to the introduction to public comments. Madam Clerk, I understand we do have requests to speak.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
All right, well, welcome everyone to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your City Council is interested in your ideas and opinions and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the Council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the Council's established policies and procedures and Government Code Sections 54957.9 and .95. Individuals may speak on agenda items or on issues not posted on the agenda during the public comments section, providing those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Individual speakers may address the Council once per public comment period and once per each public hearing item for up to 3 minutes. Those who desire to comment on a public hearing item may wish to reserve their remarks until that particular public hearing has been opened. All testimony is to be directed solely to the Council. Although open meeting laws do not permit Council members to engage in dialogue with any speaker during the public comment periods, please know your comments and questions may be taken into consideration by Council members when discussing that particular agenda item. The presiding officer may briefly respond or have staff respond to statements or questions, or may request the staff report back to the Council at a subsequent meeting. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual Council members who speak as a member of the public do so without the semblance or presumption of authority derived from his or her public office and are subject to the same meeting rules of conduct and decorum as other public participants. Once comments are invited, the speaker will be called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. The speaker will state the item number or numbers that will be addressed, or that the subject is a non-agendized matter. Audience members may not disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. Madam Clerk, may we have our first speaker?
Our first speaker is Holly Lucero on a non-agendized item.
Thank you. Yes, come on up to the podium. Welcome to our meeting. Wait till you get to the microphone. We need to hear you. And if you can speak directly into the mic, it would be helpful. Yes.
I learned about this meeting that my neighbors and I are here for just a day ago. However, I feel very passionate about this topic. The topic is transitional housing. There are predictions that on Durango Court and Eagle Ranch, a transitional house is being built. are being remodeled. And the neighbors and I feel very strongly that this is highly inappropriate. I wrote a flyer to the neighbors, which I can leave with you, or I'll email it to you. We're hoping that the city of Victorville will support our request that zoning and planning and zoning for this transitional house not be approved by the city, by the county. Last night I began reading about the process for transitional housing. I have good reason for saying this. I used to work at halfway houses. When I was getting my counseling degree, I worked at halfway houses in LA County. And I know from two perspectives that halfway houses were always put in semi-commercial areas where there were resources for the residents of the halfway house. So they had transportation, bus transportation, access to food, access to possible employment, and that was good for them. And there weren't a whole lot of neighbors for them to interact with. I know that transitional housing is some of the philosophy is that they meld with the community, but on Durango Court, we are strictly residential, a lot of families with little young children. And we feel that we truly believe that this would not be appropriate for the residents, nor for the residents of the transitional home. And we're hoping to agendize this topic. And on Durango Court, there's Durango Court, there's Durango Place, Durango Road. There are a lot of Durangos. And we're all in a conglomerate there. And from my experience working at halfway houses, this would be totally inappropriate. And I would like the city of Victorville to join us in our sentiments.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you coming tonight.
Thank you very much in advance.
Yes, ma'am. And so, do you have other neighbors with you here this evening that are planning to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, to the extent that you would like to, once we've concluded, you're free to give your contact information, unless you want to have one person representing the whole of you, to our city clerk, so that we can have someone get back with you on all of these issues. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
We will. We will.
Yes.
I'll give my contact information.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Carolina G. on item number 21.
Good evening, Ms. G. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Carolina G, and I'm here as a resident of Victorville and a mother to 4 children who also live within this district. We've been residents here since 2003, and I'm here to speak tonight on item 21, which is the Fentanyl Awareness and Education Program. So first thing I want to do is share my concerns with you about the fentanyl crisis here in the high desert. I feel that it's an important topic, and I ask that when you are developing your program and addressing this item on the agenda tonight, that you consider partnering with experts so that when you develop your program, it is fact-based, it is free of stigma, and that it is culturally sensitive and appropriate. I also feel that this is important because opioid deaths and overdoses are becoming more prevalent in the city of Victorville. And I want my kids to grow up knowing that substance use in the high desert is not a normal activity and that there is another way and that the city cares about them. Thank you for letting me speak tonight, and I look forward to seeing what you develop as a program to address this problem.
Thank you, Ms. G. So to be clear, this evening's agenda is, first of all, whether or not we're going to take that first step of developing a program. Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Tom Reyes on a non-agendized item.
Good evening, Mr. Reyes. Welcome. We're glad to have you with us.
My name is Tom Reyes. My wife and I, we've been residents here in Victorville since '95. We're both retired. Oh, thank you. We're both retired now, and we have a granddaughter. We have our adult children who are, we believe, are very successful in law enforcement. We have two who are going to be coming in the medical field. I believe strongly about the transitional home, that these people who are going to be in this home are going to be set up for failure. And the reason is the closest transportation for them is over a mile away for a bus stop. The closest grocery store is Stager Brothers, which is about 3 miles away. Fast food, there's nothing available. Closer to I guess Restaurant Road there are by Lowe's. But anyways, I truly believe that if you want these people to be successful in life, to make something out of themselves, is truly to furnish them an area where they can walk to employment, not walk through people's neighborhoods. I have nothing against these people. We have a son that is right now in prison, and we're hoping that he will be successful once he is released. And I'm sure he's going to be going to something similar to this. And we're hoping that, you know, he can land on his feet and be successful young man. I mean, he still has the rest of his life to make something of himself. So we're hoping that whether you can help us or not, make these individuals be successful and not set them. I'm not saying that you're setting them up for failure, but just, you know, provide a facility where they can, you know, somehow make a, you know, sorry, you know, make something out of their lives. What that looks like, I have no idea, but that's our main concern. You know, they're going to be, if it does come to this, we're on a cul-de-sac. You got to go in and out. There's only one way in, one way out. So we've heard nightmares about transitional homes. So, anyways, that's pretty much what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Carrie Reyes on a non-agendized item.
Good evening, Ms. Reyes, and welcome to our meeting.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to add on this transitional home, this house, I believe may have been Section 8, but not permitted for it, because since the original owners sold the house, there have been drug dealers there. There have been people that live in that house that had their church every Sunday in their living room. We've just had a lot of sketchy people in that home. The last resident was a renter, and they were quiet. They were fantastic. We had no problem with them. They were, I guess, told to move because the owner told them they were making the house a transitional home. They went about it sneaky and all hours of the night. They were doing construction in the home that was not permitted. They never had permits for renting the home. While they were doing the construction without permits, they had a homeless woman staying in the home. She said she was house sitting. She spent her whole day outside laying in the front yard. She barely went in the house. She would come over to my house and ask if I would take her to the store or if I would let her come in and use my laundry. If this is the kind of people that are going to be in this house, we do not want this in our neighborhood, and I don't know how to stop it. It just seems like Victorville is becoming the dumping ground for undesirable people that we don't want in our neighborhood, especially in Eagle Ranch. It's a quiet cul-de-sac. We bought it brand new in '95. We're one of 3 original owners still on the cul-de-sac. So we've seen a lot of people come and go, but this is just like our worst nightmare. So if there's anything you can help us to prevent this from happening on our street, in our neighborhood, we would appreciate it. There's about 3,600 members on our Eagle Ranch 411 Facebook page who are all opposed to this as well. You know, and some of them have emailed the company that owns this house and let them know how they feel about that as well. So that's about all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Reyes. We appreciate your coming tonight. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Fabian Luna on a non-agendized item.
Good evening, Ms. Luna. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm here to express my opposition for the establishment of a halfway home in our neighborhood. I've lived in Victorville for the past 16 years. I was the valedictorian of my class. I'm also a college student, and I believe that this is a very unsafe and unsettling. I'm writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed establishment of a halfway home in our neighborhood. While I understand the importance of supportive rehabilitation services and individuals in need, I firmly believe that this particular facility poses significant safety risks to our community overall. First and foremost, it is crucial to prioritize the safety and well-being of our residents, particularly the vulnerable populations, such as families with children and the elderly. The establishment of a halfway home is in close proximity to the residential area, raises concerns about potential impacts of our overall security and tranquility of our neighborhood. It is an issue It is not an issue of stigmatized individuals seeking assistance, but rather a matter of ensuring the safety and peace of all our residents. Secondly, the lack of detailed information and transparency regarding the selection process and criteria of the halfway home has left many of us feeling uncertain and apprehensive. We are not provided with sufficient information or adequate answers for our questions. This lack of communication has fostered a sense of mistrust and unease among the community members who will be most affected by this decision. It is not a matter of stigmatizing these individuals, but much rather these people are pulling a business through it, and we feel that we are being undermined as a community and as people. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I appreciate your coming and speaking with us tonight. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Kevin Castle on a non-agendized item.
Good evening, Mr. Castle. Welcome.
Actually printed up everything I'm going to say here, and I'd like to give each council member a copy when I'm done.
When you're Mr. Castle, when you're finished, I'll allow you to approach and give a copy to the clerk.
Hand it to the clerk. Also, I just made some Xerox photos of the issues I'm dealing with, and I'll keep a color set that City Hall can hold on to just in case you'd like to take a look. Okay, let me see here. This thing's right in my face. Okay. Dear Victorville City Council members, the above question, should a city persecute renters simply because they are not landowners, is a question I want you to consider. I'm sure on the face of it, you would agree with me that nobody should be made miserable at their homes or residences. But policies you have failed to remedy do in fact cause misery and potentially some mild injuries to people in Victorville. I have tried to follow common sense on this topic as the owner of 2 rental houses located in the city. These houses are in Old Town near the library. Apparently, the Code Enforcement Department tries to impose anti-desert rules aimed at eliminating visible sand in front yards. I do not agree at all. My first question would be, if you do not like sand, why are you in the desert? In practice, these codes amount to unfair treatment of renters and harassment against landowners like myself who follow common sense rules. Example, a tenant is on hospice care, gradually watching Victorville roll by from her living room in a hospice bed. As she awaits the end of life, I do nothing to make her less comfortable. This, of course, means I am not piling a bunch of rock on top of the foot-friendly soil under the 2 large shade trees that shelter her and her family and the entire front lawn. Roots as thick as my arm catch sunlight and moisture there too, and offer the shade for barbecue or picnic seating in desert summers. I won't be covering those roots in plastic grass either, as they would limit the moisture the trees need and would basically become a canvas for little birds who would leave their little paintings under their favorite shade trees. This sickly woman is well known to me. We met in church and have been friends at least 15 years. As she rides on to the next life, I just quietly tolerate annoying notes from bureaucrats, etc., and wish her a happy trail. Her diabetes means she can't feel things in her feet at times. Do I want a sharp rock under her feet? No. Will any bureaucrat cause me to place sharp rocks under her desensitized feet? Of course not. I am a man. I explored these issues with the code enforcement staff at a city hall counter last week. From them, I learned that the issue only comes up because our city would like to define a rental house as a business. Obviously, it is not a business. For me, it is a community service. I rent that 3-bedroom house to these friends for $740 a month. After the tax man, the insurance company, etc., get their cut, I do not get rich on that. Of course, I never intended to. Your gravel codes might work for an actual business like a muffler shop or a dental office, but they are not compatible with the needs of a resident.
Time is up.
In fact, I offered this. Did I run out of my time?
You're
Okay.
out. Thank you,
I
Mr.
hope I had
Castle.
you guys on the edge of your seats. I have a copy of
You're a
this.
good writer, Mr.
I look
Mr. Castle.
forward to some kind of council
Thanks.
action on this, because what they are
Sir,
doing
your
is they
time
are
is up.
telling landlords to
Mr.
put
Castle, your
gravel
time
on
is
the
up.
lot,
Mr. Castle, I'm going to ask you to step back.
but citizens are not required to.
Mr. Castle, your time is up.
Okay, just trying to protect feet.
Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Mary Ann State, and I'm not sure if it's an agendized item or a non-agenda.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. State, and welcome. Good to see you again.
Good to see you all too. I wanted to say thank you.
What, can you wait till you get to the microphone?
Yes.
Thank you.
I wanted to say thank you this evening to Mr. Scott Webb with the Senior Home Repair Program as well as the Senior Rehabilitation Program to help seniors stay in their house safe, to make their homes safe, and to fix things that they probably cannot afford to fix themselves. Okay, and I wanted to give a special thanks to Mr. Webb and Lisa Pereira and Liliana Collins and the staff of the planning department for having all hands on deck, for making Victorville, beautifying my home where I stay within the neighborhood. Now, as well as Victor Valley Community Senior Center, that also helped get the weeds up out my yard, because I was so afraid that when people set off a firework and you tell them not to, even though they'll get fined $1,000, they'll still set off a firework. That I don't have to worry about that, about my weeds, because now they're gone, and now my landscape is beautiful, and my landscaping gravel looks nice, and it doesn't cut my foot. And I also wanted to thank Mr. Sheriff Wickham and his department for each time that I have called them when something was out of order in my neighborhood, and they know me pretty well, and I'm pretty accurate with my calls. So thank you once again for all of your hard work and your due diligence in making this into a shining city of Victorville. So we just have to keep the faith, and we have to stick together, as the pastor first said when he was speaking earlier. We all have one goal in common, and that is to live in peace, harmony, and happiness, to follow the measure P, a nice place to live, work, and play. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. State. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is identified as guest. They want to stay anonymous.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening and welcome.
This is I'm Rogers once again.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure you all know I'm still here speaking about the issue with Mr. Bordenowski taking the property away from our family illegally, using and weaponizing the police. Amen. There's different issues that we have put into that complaint, but maybe I should make it clear that I would like the information that I requested under the Freedom of Information Act and the Public Information Act, for you to give it to me on a rolling basis. As you have it available, could you please provide it to me in that regard, instead of waiting so long? Because I haven't received anything, not even a written correspondence. So if there's some information that you have, I'll gladly wait around for it, or tell me where I can pick it up, and I'll be happy to oblige. Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Mr. D. Bortnowski, I believe that we have an ongoing request, and I believe the last time you had mentioned that the production would likely be voluminous. Is that still the case?
We have actually been attempting on several occasions to provide documentations to Ms. Rogers. The address has not been receptive to receiving those documents. They've been certified mail. We've tried calling numerous times as well, getting no responses at all. I believe the city clerk actually can provide some of the documents this evening. I think we have copies of.
I can at least provide the letter that was sent to her, that the post office said that was undeliverable on June 17th, that there was no recipient available. And then we can actually get Ms. Rogers' email if she has one and provide documents to her via email.
My email address is right on the document, but it's New Foundation, COGIC, which is the acronym.
Ms. Rogers, do you want to give that in public?
Sure. Church
Okay.
of God in Christ.
I just wanted to.
45@gmail.com. And my address is 14149 Lynette Drive, Moreno Valley, California, 92553. And my phone number, 951-378-6119 or 951-842-0452. And I'll be happy to pick up the documentation if you cannot mail it to me.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Mr. D. Bortnowski, some years ago, we had some repeated allegations being made against certain members of staff and so forth. And ultimately, even though we tried to respond, we ultimately took a position to address it in written form. Are we at that point?
Again,
You've corrected some of the allegations a number of times, and Ms. Rogers certainly has her free speech rights intact.
she does have her free speech rights intact, and if you would like, I can send her a letter with some of the information that I have.
That'd be great. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Those are all the speakers I have at this moment.
I'm sorry, I never had a response.
Ms. Rogers, your time is up. I mean, your time is not up, but we've already.
I've never had a response.
Thank you. All right, so with that said, there being no further speakers, the chair closes the public comment period and brings the item back to the council. At this time, before we move on to our next course of business, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be returning at 6:47. I'm sorry. Ugh. All right, we are resuming open session. The time is 6:48 p.m. We're going to take up our first business in order, which is public hearings, beginning with item number 1. This is the annual confirmation of maintenance assessment districts for fiscal year 2023-2024. Mr. Metzler, will you kindly introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is largely procedural, as this is an item we traditionally handle on or around this time of year. And resulting from direction at the last city council meeting, staff was directed to go ahead and initiate the proceedings and develop an engineer's report that has been brought back with this item, along with the public hearing environment that we have. And effectively, this is dealing with the analysis associated with the revenue necessary to satisfy the expenses for the landscape maintenance assessment districts 1 through 8, citywide street lighting assessment district, along with the the maintenance assessment districts and the drainage facility assessment districts. So at this point, the engineer's report is in place and makes the recommendations as to the effect on rates for the upcoming fiscal year. This item is being considered for council approval, and should the council approve it, staff would actually proceed as it normally would in actually submitting all of the information necessary to the San Bernardino County Assessor's Office so that these assessments can be affirmed or updated and meeting their August deadline to get these types of items on the tax rolls. So with that, the author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gengler. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council conduct a public hearing and receive testimony for the final approval of the engineer's report for maintenance assessment districts 1 through 3, drainage facility assessment districts 1 through 3, landscape maintenance assessment districts 1 through 8, and the citywide street lighting assessment district, and adoption of proposed resolutions numbers 23-055 through 23-058, confirming and ordering the levy of collection of the annual assessments for the respective assessment districts, close the public hearing, give final approval of the engineer's report for each assessment district, and adopt resolution numbers 23-055 through 23-058.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. We're going to begin with Member Gomez.
What measures are utilized to ensure the equivalent benefit unit methodology is done so by the county, and how are those inaccuracies possible without having the eye of an expert with EDU doing the methods?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, that question.
I'm not sure I understood it either.
Yeah, it's very specialized, so the person who did this would actually know what I'm talking about, and I'm not trying to educate anybody. I read this copious line by line, so if you don't understand, maybe the person who had this and brought this upon would understand what I'm talking about.
So,
and it deals with the
Member Gomez, the question. My apologies, Member Gomez. The question goes first to Mr. Metzler. It is he that would designate it further if he wishes to. Otherwise, he is asking that you clarify the question.
There is no clarification. There in the reporting, it says that there's possible inaccuracies. So my question is pertinent to how can someone who's very specialized come up with something if the eyes of the public don't understand the EBUs and how they're calculated?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'll do my best to answer the question. I think the simplest way to answer is that this is a specialized report. It's actually prescribed under the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972, and we're required to conform with Proposition 218. And the very basic rule of Proposition 218 is that for any fees that the city chooses to adopt for its services rendered, it's obligated to conduct an analysis to determine that the fee that's being charged does not exceed the actual cost associated with the service. And so that is applicable in this item and is the reason why a special study is done. In this case, the engineer's report is conducted to provide a very technical analysis to make sure that there aren't any inaccuracies in the methodologies for the actual rates being charged.
So the document does show that inaccuracies should be brought upon to the city so that the county could remedy them if there's any inaccuracies. And my question is, how would an inaccuracy be brought upon to the city?
If there's an inaccuracy, it gets flushed out by the time we get to this item. There's an extensive amount of staff work that goes into preparing this item. And as a part of the process, we review it, we test it, and effectively, once it's prepared for this council, it's expected to be free of inaccuracies. In the case of the assessor, I can tell you this: it's not their role to identify any inaccuracies if there were such a thing. They're actually relying on us to do what we need to do to make sure the information is reliable so that they can effectively apply the assessments to property tax rules.
Thank you. Are there any expenses incidental to the issuance of bonds for the MADS, DFADS, LMADS, and street lighting?
In these particular cases, I'm not aware of any expenses associated with bonds because I'm not aware particularly that these districts have bonds issued to support these operations.
And to find the total assessment, does the city take the equalitative units, the maximization of the assessments for the current year to find the base tracks? You can see that on MADS 1 through 3. Is that how they obtain the total assessment?
It's much more complex than that. I think the simplest way to summarize what the engineer's report is doing is first identifying all of the costs associated with the respective district and then trying to establish a fair charge on a unitary basis. And that could be something as simple as number of houses, but it also could be based upon a customer class, customer type as well. So it all depends because all of these are slightly different. It really kind of depends on exactly which district you're talking about.
And why is the Green Tree Golf Course, what was the rationale for the Green Tree Golf Course for its assessment? Can it be reassessed under the commercial factors for 4 EBUs?
You're going to have to point to me where the Green Tree Golf Course is.
So if you look under public, you know how they're all categorized. If you went through there reading yourself over the 500 pages, you would see a category under public entity or public, and there is talk specifically.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mr. Messner, to the extent that you knew where that question was going.
I'm not aware of an assessment to support the Green Tree Golf Course.
Thank you. All right, Member Harriman.
The golf course isn't an LMAD or anything.
Okay, this is the time for questions as to the staff report. My apologies. If you're going to turn that into a question, we're good.
This doesn't apply to the golf course, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Member Irving.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mr. Metzler, on page 10, the equivalent benefits unit, which is the EBU, we can honestly say right now the EBUs are not fair on 1 through 4 since there is no escalator on LMADs 1 through 4, correct? Because it explains it as an equivalent benefit unit. Well, the equivalent benefit unit for 5, 6, and 7 that have an escalator, that are able to get landscaped and taken care of, does not meet the same.
I can only answer that not knowing how you would define fair. And I say that in a serious tone because, again, going back to the legal framework that we're obligated to perform under, which is making sure our rates adhere to Prop 218. With that being the case, you're speaking specifically to some LMADs that don't have escalator provisions in them and effectively are areas of the city where we've been collecting the same EBU, say, for the last 30 years. And of course, we all know the same rate that we collected 30 years ago. The expenses haven't gone down. The expenses haven't stayed flat. And so what's occurred over the years is we've been forced to actually reduce the level of service to those EBUs. And in doing so, what you'd likely see is a lower frequency of prunings, clippings, physical maintenance, perhaps reduction in the watering in certain areas, all with the goal of course, trying to get that balance between the rates being collected not exceeding the expenses. And so as expenses have gone up over the years, we've been forced to actually cut back on the expense side, which is reduction in service. Now, if going back to your original question, is it fair? You know, I would say no, because that reduction in maintenance is, I think, creating some of the eyesore, the blight that we see in some of our neighborhoods. I don't think that's fair, but that is the framework we have to operate under.
Yes, sir, you answered the question perfectly. What it takes to trim and prune LMAD 5 is the same cost per unit, you could say, your employee to do area LMAD 1. So that's why you just said it. They don't get it as often as LMAD 5. That's what I mean about the fairness on the EBUs. Thank you very much, sir. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't have a direct question, but I do want to once again apologize to Member Harriman. I jumped the gun a bit, thinking you were going to go on a different conversation. So my apologies. Respect, my friend. All right. So with that said, we're going to move on to the public hearing. So the chair opens the public hearing to receive public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. With that said, the chair closes the public hearing and invites a motion from the Victorville City Council as it relates to points 3 and 4, having already disposed of points 1 and 2.
I would like to make a motion.
A tie. So Member Gomez, go ahead.
So my motion is that the Green Tree Golf Course needs to be reassessed, the same as other Office of Professional, Commercial, and Industrial Use, using the factors of 4 EB per acre of development and 2 EBUs per acre for vacant lots. So therefore, my recommendation is that there be a modification to the engineer's report upon its adoption.
Okay, so the chair is going to rule that motion out of order as I understand it.
May I ask a question on that?
Yes.
Mrs. Gomez, you're asking for the golf course to be cut up into different.
Okay, I thought you meant for me. I thought you meant for me. Sorry. So
her motion. I would like to figure out her motion, ma'am.
Okay, I got you.
Are you asking for the golf course to be cut up into different parcels? Is that what you're asking for?
Would you like me to repeat the motion?
Sure, go ahead.
So my motion is for the Green Tree Golf Course needs to be reassessed, the same as Office of Professional, Commercial, and Industrial Land Use, using the factors of 4 EBU per acre of developed and 2 EBUs per acre for vacant lots or parcels not as proposed in the item. Therefore, my recommendation is that there be a modification to the engineer's report upon its adoption.
So whoever wrote that for you, is that what they're asking for to be cut up?
Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, so before we go any further, I have a question. Mr. Metzger, did I understand you correctly to say that the Green Tree isn't part of this?
That's correct.
Okay, so the chair again rules the motion out of order as it's not relevant. Is there another motion?
I motion to follow staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
Adopt.
As to points 3 and 4, is there a second? We have a first and a second. I believe the second is Member Harriman. We're going to move on to the discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
No discussion.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I need to challenge your rendition because that's
Member
the
Gomez does
reporting.
not have the floor. Member Gomez needs to make a point of order if she wishes to. And do you wish to make a point of order?
So, like I said, I would like to be recognized to provide.
You're not going to be recognized without a point of order.
Whatever it takes for me to.
You said you wanted to challenge something, so the terminology is to ask for a point of order.
Okay, so then if that's what I need to do is make
Yes.
a point of order.
Okay, so state your point.
Okay, so I need to challenge the rendition of what you claimed my motion to be out of order.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
So it sounds like the point of order is to appeal from the decision of the chair. So we have someone wishing to appeal the decision of the chair. And is there a second? Mr. DeBordowski, it's been a while. Do I need a second on a motion to appeal?
Yes, you need a second and then a vote.
Is there a second on a motion to appeal? Hearing no second, the motion dies. The chair's ruling remains. So we have a first and a second discussion. We're at discussion on the pending motion, and we're going to move on to Member Irving.
No discussion, thank you.
Thank you, and the chair has none. Madam Clerk, excuse me, the discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
No.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. All right, moving on to our consent calendar, items 2 through 8.
Yes, I'd like to comment on 8 and 9.
Okay, 8 and 9.
Yeah, I have questions.
Okay, brief comments pursuant to our policy. Any other council members wish to make brief comments on any other item?
Madam Mayor, 9's written.
9 is,
Oh, I thought, oh, my apologies. We're, item number 9 is on the written communications section, so just number 8.
Well, okay, yes, for number 8, just my.
Okay, hold on. Any other council members on any other items? All right, Member Gomez.
Yes, simply that my vote is no for that item.
Okay, thank you. All right, a motion's in order for the council and the council acting on its various boards of directors to approve action on consent calendar items 2 through 8 in accordance with the recommendations presented on the agenda.
so moved.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes, with the exception on 8, I vote no.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously with Councilmember Gomez voting no on item 8.
Thank you. All right, moving on to our next business in order, which is written communications, beginning with item number 9. This is the request to approve automatic aid and mutual aid agreement with Apple Valley Fire Protection District. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is brought effectively as a new agreement. We've actually had an agreement in place already with Apple Valley Fire District over the last 5 years, and effectively this is largely recasting our operating relationship with them when it comes to what's called automatic aid or mutual aid. And automatic aid, mutual aid are very commonly relied upon in the industry of providing life and safety services to communities. And effectively, in this case, creates a concept of boundary drop, which allows us through our dispatch agency to have the closest available resource responding to a call, regardless of the actual jurisdictional boundary. So this is an agreement in simple terms that allows us to respond into Apple Valley when needed, and vice versa, Apple Valley come into Victorville when needed for whether it's fire or related services. So with that, the author on this item is your Fire Chief, Mr. David Foster. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the City Council approve the automatic aid and mutual aid agreement between the Apple Valley Fire Protection District and the City of Victorville, and authorize execution of the agreement by the City Manager.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. Member Gomez.
Yes, for item 9, what costs are associated with the item, and what if there's any general funds or any other funds that we're withdrawing what may those sources be?
Well, specific to this item in of itself, there isn't a cost specifically with this item, but the funds that are used to satisfy our public safety needs are general fund and Measure P funds. So to the extent there's a service call into another jurisdiction from Victorville Fire, whether it's Apple Valley, we actually have a similarly natured agreement with County Fire. And so effectively we would be paying for the cost associated with the auto aid aspect of the agreement.
So there's only two funding sources for this item, Measure P and the general fund?
So again, this item doesn't have a fiscal impact. There's no direct cost associated with this agreement. This is an agreement that just establishes an operational relationship between, in this case, Apple Valley Fire. Measure P and General Fund are the funding sources that you rely on for your larger public safety needs, which include police and fire.
So does that mean that we will be having voluntary personnel addressing any kind of mutual aid if we needed to have the Protection District of Apple Valley come and help?
The answer is no.
Okay, so what are the indirect costs since there is no fiscal impact addressed in this item?
There are no direct or indirect costs associated with this action item. This is an operational agreement where effectively we bear the cost just as our larger cost of fire service through the budgeting process that you just approved.
Okay, so then for clarification, the cost is bared by the city of Victorville through Measure P and the general fund.
The service, the fire service, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
Yes, do we have an automatic a mutual aid agreement with the county also?
We do.
And so we're just approving the one we have with Apple Valley Fire District?
At this point in time, I think that is because we entered first with Apple Valley Fire and then subsequently with County Fire. So you can expect when we get closer to the expiration date of that county contract, that 5-year contract, we'll be bringing one back similar.
And this is common. This has been going on for a long time, so?
Yes, this is very common in the industry.
Okay, thank you. No more.
Thank you, Member Harriman. Member Irving.
No questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Metzler, does this save lives no matter who's paying for it?
I would agree with that.
Thank you. No further question.
Thank you. And the chair has none and invites a motion from the council.
Motion to adopt staff's recommendation.
Thank you. We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion, let's save lives.
Thank you. Member Harriman.
I would just say it's good to see that we have a nice relationship with the surrounding area. And again, I'm sure any city would love to have our firefighters come help out. That's all.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, for having automatic aid and mutual aid agreements between the fire district surrounding is not free. It costs money and it comes from someone's pocket and it has to be taxpayer because I know our wages don't pay that. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Irving.
No discussion.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Chair closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, moving now on to item number 10. This is the award construction agreements to Kelly's Underground Construction Incorporated, High Desert Underground Incorporated, and DDH Apple Valley Construction Incorporated for qualified emergency water contractor. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. As you know, through our Public Works Department, we are responsible for maintaining a number of public infrastructure systems, including water, sewer, and storm drain, which I think in large part is really the subject of this item. And in maintaining those systems, They do require routine maintenance and upkeep, but we do on occasion run into issues that may be emergency in nature. And to the extent that those items are bigger in scope than what we can handle with our own forces, or they could be handled more timely. We rely operationally on these types of agreements to be in place, effectively on standby, and approving these contracts gives us basically an open PO to the extent there is that emergency type need. We can actually call on the contractor to respond to the emergency needs. So this is a traditional process we rely on to best respond to issues in the field. We actually bid for these services every 5 years, and we've just completed the bid process for these. So with that, this item is bringing on standby emergency contractors. The recommendation includes the approval of contracts for 3 for the various infrastructure systems spoken to in the staff report. So with that, the author on this item is your Director of Public Works and Water, Mr. Doug Matthews. He's certainly available for any additional questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council and Victorville Water District Board of Directors award construction agreements for qualified emergency contractor project CC 23-082 by and between the Victorville Water District and Kelly's Underground Construction, Inc., High Desert Underground, Inc., and DDH Apple Valley Construction, Inc., and by and between the City of Victorville and Kelly's Underground Construction, Inc., High Desert Underground, Inc., and DDH Apple Valley Construction, Inc.
All right, thank you. Moving on to questions for clarification, Member Harriman.
Yeah, for lack of a better, does our 3% override, is it fair to call it that, Keith? For local, does that apply to these? And it's good to see contractors in our area getting these contracts, but do they have to reside in Victorville to qualify for that, or just the high desert area?
I think you're talking about the local bidder's preference.
Yes.
And I think that's for goods and services, but I'm not sure if it's applicable here. Mr.
Okay.
Matthews, would you know better than I?
Yeah, this one was more of an RFP, so it wasn't bid strictly on price. So it is helpful to have these contractors local because there are response time requirements, because these are generally needed in the event of emergency. So that's when we would pull them out here generally.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harriman. Member Irving.
Yes, I do have a couple of questions. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I could try and make sense of this, but perhaps you could help me because you're the expert here. What is the rationale for awarding 3 different contractors, 2 different departments? So it's 2 contracts per contractor.
Sure, that's a great question. These contractors do work out of town. They do have businesses, private businesses, so they could be working, say, down in Moreno Valley. They could be in LA. So if one's not available, we go to the next and to the next to get somebody up here. Also, during an emergency, if it were more than just a pipeline emergency, let's say it was a natural disaster, they might be tapped too. So we just want more variety to be able to pull from.
Okay, that makes sense to me. And also, what we're giving, how should I put this? The award of the contract, or they're on call. So is this something like a retainer?
We would enter into a contract for up to that amount to get services. So it is, they provide their pricing sheets in there. So when they do go out, they bill us appropriately per that. The amounts listed are just from past experience of what could be needed. There's a good chance we won't need it.
Okay, because I think we have an efficient water department. And so I can't imagine that we would have that many emergencies, but it's possible, right?
Yeah, it's when we need these. They're pretty complex and big projects. They could be something super deep, big pipeline, just, things that we need more equipment and manpower to throw at it.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Irving. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mr. Metzler, if I may. Mr. Matthews, didn't a contract exactly like this help us? We had a water blowout at the bottom of Hospital Hill, which affected the water service to the hospital. Since we had a contract like this in place, we were able to bring in, if I'm not wrong, it was Kelly's. Within a couple of hours, they had the hospital back up and running with water.
Yeah, by that evening, I believe. So yes, they were out on that one. And again, we've used them on occasion here and there for sure.
But this is the type of contract that they were available to you. You picked up the phone, you called them, and they were there knowing that we had a contract with you.
Exactly.
Okay.
And it always seems these happen on the weekend or in the middle of the night. I don't know why.
That was a holiday.
Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez.
Yes, so we're on item 14, is that correct?
We're on item number 10.
Okay, we're at 10. Perfect. Does the city or its employees anticipate any encumbering or fundings to exceed the 480,000? Or is there anything that we can foresee excluding any emergencies? Do you understand my question?
I don't.
I don't.
Okay, so does the city or its employees anticipate funding to exceed the $480,000?
No, we don't. That's why we included that number in there. It could, yes,
Okay.
depending on the number of emergencies, but we would have to come back and get approval to spend more.
Okay, so despite any emergency that we're not considering, do we foresee anything coming to the city council that would exceed the 480,000, or
No.
we wouldn't know? Okay, so just reading a little bit slowly helped you to understand my question. Maybe I read it too fast. Thank you for the response. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair has no questions, and the chair is going to venture the motion on this one. And if any council member agrees, please feel free to say so moved. So, not yet. All right, the chair moves that the Victorville Water District Board of Directors adopt staff's recommendation as it relates to points 1 through 3, and that the Victorville City Council adopts staff's recommendation as to points 4, 5, and 6 as presented on the agenda. Is there a second?
So moved. Oh, there's already one second.
Yeah, I said actually so moved, so moved. Member Irving, is there a second? Thank you. We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion. Member Irving.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just, this was well written, Mr. Matthews. Looking for something to try to talk. Didn't go. So thank you very much. Very well written report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
None.
Thank you. And the chair has no comments and closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 11. This is to approve the purchase of a 2023 Freightliner crane truck. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. There's a piece of equipment necessary for replacement. The existing crane truck that we have is a 15-year-old piece of equipment and is experiencing what we would characterize as end-of-life maintenance, and we're experiencing increased maintenance to the point where we believe we'd be better served to replace this older piece of equipment. With this purchase, we'll also upgrade it so that it has a greater capability than we get currently out of the existing equipment. It's something that it's an item that has actually gone through a public bid process. So we've complied with the municipal code requirements to publicly bid. And so with that, the better detail of this item, including functionality and perhaps even what this piece of equipment is used for, can be best answered by your Director of Public Works and Water, Mr. Doug Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable Victorville Water District Board of Directors approve the purchase of a 2023 Freightliner crane truck from Commerce Truck Equipment Sales LLC, an amount not to exceed $236,869.31.
Thank you. All right, questions for clarification? Member Irving.
No questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
What is the definition of quote old unquote, and what characteristics compose the need for the replacement?
Well, in this particular case, I think we illustrated it fairly well in the staff report. The age of the existing unit is 15 years old, and it's experiencing increased maintenance because of its age.
Okay, so 15 years is the composition of called something of this machinery no longer usable?
No, it actually is usable when it's not undergoing maintenance.
So what's going to occur to this old machinery?
Don't know exactly. My guess is it would go into reserve, but Mr. Matthews would know better than I.
Yeah, that's correct. It could either be utilized as a backup, it could be offered to another department if they had use for it, or it could be surplus.
If we decided to probably use it as a backup, is there a time where we would just banish it or do away with it?
Many times when the equipment gets so old that you can't get parts for it anymore, that's not useful to us.
Thank you. And what's for this item? Was it placed in an open bid?
Yes, there were bids sent out, yes.
Okay. And what funding sources will be utilized to extract the financial maintenance and the operational funds? So in other words, what account sources are we using to extract the monies from this one, Public Works?
It's all coming from water production.
And that's the only coverage that the funding will come from?
Correct.
And when was the last contact made as to ensuring that we actually went ahead and did the bidding process as was rendered? I mean, there's reporting here that says there was enough contact made, but how long ago was that? Because something happened in 2022. So I was wondering if that last contact was in 2022.
The contact we had was recent. I believe we didn't get bids in 2022.
And then I see a page that has 26 items for the fleet vehicles. Would you help me understand what that means in terms of approving the purchase for a Freightliner main truck?
What page are you on?
So there's 26 fleet vehicles within the reporting. I don't know, did you write the report?
I did.
Okay, so there's a table that has all of these fleet services, and I wasn't sure what to do with it.
What page are you on?
Let me see. So it's on page 1904. It says purchase of new vehicles, 27 each, 1 through 20. I just want to understand the context of our approval and then these machineries that probably have already been purchased.
Yeah, so what I believe you're referring to is we tried to get quite a few vehicles. We got approval to get them back at that time, and we were unable to procure them. So we got approval to purchase these as we could find them or as they became available.
All right, thank you. Thank you for helping me understand that. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
Member Harriman.
Yeah, so we're purchasing with water department funds. Is this vehicle, other departments can have access to it also if need be?
Absolutely.
So it virtually is just going to service the entire city as needed.
It will mainly service water production, but with any of our equipment, when there's a need, we certainly accommodate other departments and divisions.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have any questions? I heard.
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. So just a quick question, Mr. Mesler, you can probably answer this. Typically when we've, on major equipment, and trucks and so forth, by the time they're no longer usable, they've typically long since been fully depreciated.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. At that point, excuse me, at this point, the chair invites a motion from the Victorville Water District Board of Directors.
Motion. Okay, all three of us. Motion to adopt staff's recommendations.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. I have the second as Member Irving. Discussion on the pending motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Irving.
Discussion, thanks.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Not at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
None.
Thank you, and the chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So we've taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 12. This is the Bear Valley Road overhead at BNSF Railroad Project. Budget amendment for Federal Bridge National Highway Performance Program, grant funds, and contract change order. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and members of the council. Yeah, this item is simply dealing with first the appropriations for the revenue and expense side associated with a grant that we were able to obtain as the city to supplement the entire funding program for the Bear Valley Bridge over the railroad tracks. And also effectively the additional monies will help us satisfy change orders that have been realized in the field, which have been outlined in better detail within the staff report. In fact, page 2091 is where the better detail is. But between the three of them, it allow us to keep schedule and proceed with the completion of the Bear Valley Bridge over the railroad tracks. The author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. He's available for any technical questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk.
That the Honorable City Council take the following actions related to the Bear Valley Road overhead at BNSF Railroad Project. Adopt resolution number 23-059 to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget to reflect an additional revenue of $1,768,829 from federal bridge NHPP grant funds and an additional expenditure of $1,768,829 and approve a contract change order in the amount not to exceed $1,501,900.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Questions for clarification? Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, so I see the award of this contract was in 2021. Is there, maybe it's a two-pronged question. Is there a reason why we have this in front of us as a modification? Did that have to deal with it with the construction of 2021 delay and then somehow coming, I'm trying to self-explain, in other words, what happened?
Yeah, I think the simplest explanation again is on page 2091 as to the changes, and in fact, it's the third paragraph, largely speaking to BNSF related delays, BNSF flagging and inspection, track monitoring, so forth. They're all laid out fairly clearly there in the staff report.
Yeah, but what's not laid out really clearly from my understanding is why does the city of Victorville consider a modification of this when BNSF is doing the delaying of that? That's what it's not very clear on page 2091.
So
Comes from.
sure, and it's a function of the overall project. We are actually constructing a bridge within their right of way, and so in constructing a bridge within their right of way, which is effectively their property, we have the obligation to conform to their requirements, and we have to construct in a certain way. We can be told to stop construction if, say, for example, activity on the railroad tracks is too great and creates an unsafe environment for the train operation. BNSF has a responsibility in and of itself to make sure that, notwithstanding our construction, their operation is not negatively impacted. So that would contribute to a lot of the changes that we've had to experience, especially as it relates to additional flagmen and track monitoring and things of that nature.
Okay, so that wouldn't include any COVID-related issues between the contract issuance of the construction and now, right? Is basically what you just explained.
Not related to COVID.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
Yeah. So these are for pretty much us holding them up and they holding us up in the construction. So this is paying for change order with the general contractor when he has to mobilize and can't do his work, and then vice versa. When the railroad cannot get their work or their stuff transported in timely fashion.
More so dictated by BNSF in them telling us when we can't work. Also, with respect to the certain scopes of work, they've also been responsible for actually reviewing plans and inspecting. And so we're largely at their mercy when it comes to working within their right of way. I know a lot of the focus has been on BNSF. There is additional physical work that contributes to the change order, including earthwork related needs, imported borrowed dirt, for example. So not entirely BNSF, but not doing. If I did math real quick, it's probably 85% BNSF related.
So the standby time is the general contractor having to sit idle.
Could be.
And it just, for clarification for me, how does this compare with the Green Tree Bridge in that? Because obviously that took place with that bridge over the railroad tracks also. Just out of curiosity.
We had similar conditions to comply with at Green Tree. I don't necessarily know from a comparison perspective how this bridge compares to Green Tree, but certainly Mr. Gangler can share that with me.
Thank you. The Green Tree extension project was very different from this one. We didn't go over budget on the BNSF related work. And the reason is, there are several reasons. One of them is that it's a much larger bridge, and the spacing between the columns provided much more room for the contractor to work. And there's a greater separation between the two main lines. So they could shut down one main line at a time while they were doing work. And so there was less flagging, less inspection, less everything. Whereas with the Bear Valley Road Bridge, the columns are very close to the tracks. The spacing is much less. So most of the time they have to shut both main lines down at the same time, which thus causes more flagging, more inspection, more everything. So that really was the difference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harriman. Member Irving.
I think that most of my questions, I got all kinds of little notes here, have been answered. I had a concern about the collective change orders to the tune of 1.5 million. And because we had relationship or working with, what is it? Let me pronounce that right. BNSF before. I was wondering how come we could not have foreseen these kinds of circumstances, but you just explained it. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Irving. All right, so just to be very clear on this item, the revenue that we're taking in is from a grant, and we're going to be expending the same amount, correct?
For budgeting purposes, we've matched revenue and expense.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, with that said, the chair invites a motion from the council.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to adopt and a second. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
None.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Member Irving.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 13, this is the project proposal to California Transportation Commission for local streets and roads funding for fiscal year 2023-2024. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item as well is somewhat procedural, as we've done it before, and we're required to do it on an annual basis as it relates to submitting to the state a project list associated with road improvements planned in the city of Victorville. And this is dealing more specifically with a submittal to the CTC and relative to SB1 money. SB1 is the newest of the gas taxes that was probably put in place maybe back in 2018-ish. But its required use is to fund new constructions and new construction specifically, new roadways, as opposed to actually maintaining roadways. So this item identifies particularly the stretch of Mojave Drive from La Paz to Elevado, an east-west corridor that's very much in need. In fact, the entire length of it, all the way to 395, is in need of reconstruction. So this effectively adds Mojave Drive to the list, and with the approval tonight, we would submit that to the CTC, thus making the use of SB1 monies eligible for the ultimate construction of Mojave Drive. So with that, better detail, certainly on the technical side of it, is Mr. Brian Engler, again, city engineer. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the Honorable City Council adopt resolution number 23-054, approving the Mojave Drive project for submittal to the California Transportation Commission to be eligible to receive local street and road funds for fiscal year 2023-2024, and authorize staff to submit this project proposal to the California Transportation Commission.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to questions as it relates to the staff report. Member Gomez.
How will the city specifically be dealing with the, quote, at-risk conditions of the roads, unquote, and what practices and measures are being taken for that?
Madam Mayor, if I might ask Brian Engler to speak to that question.
Yes.
I believe the at-risk term you're referring to is in the standard language of the resolution that we have attached. It's language that we have to include in the resolution, and it's a requirement for the local streets and roads fund. But basically, this is a routine project, and we'll just be rehabilitating pavement, either by reconstruction or overlays. So there's nothing unusual about this project.
Did you say it's routine and it's done through overlays, and what was the other word?
Reconstruction, that's where we dig out the pavement and replace it with new pavement.
Okay. And do we know if the CPC is advisory or they are a voting body?
They are a voting body.
Okay. It was mentioned that this gets added to the list. I'm seeking clarification if that added to the list means added to the CIP.
Well, it's added to the list of previous projects that have already been funded by the Local Streets and Roads Fund, which are listed in the staff report.
Okay, so I don't know if we're using the same language. So is this an item that's going to be added to the CIP project?
It is included in the CIP, yes, and it is in the approved budget.
Okay, so now with that question, I'm wondering, since we're adding something relatively new, I don't know, maybe it's not new, but it's a new item for me that I'm looking at. Is that going to be impacting maybe some of the time completions of the other projects? We have a voluminous amount of projects and we only have 365 or so days in the year. I wanted to know if that would create an impact for the days of completions, and if any dollars that are appropriated or already appropriated would kind of, take a step back. How would that affect this item with what we already have in line with our CIP projects?
No, this was already included in our city budget, which was approved.
Okay, so what about, it wasn't included in the CIP project to today or when it gets added today, right? So would that be an impact at all?
No, this project is already in the approved city budget that was previously approved by City Council for next fiscal year.
So this project was approved during the budget review?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
Is this going to be a reconstruction, or are they just going to do a grind and overlay?
It's going to be a combination because there are different conditions in this stretch of road, so it'll be a combination.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Harriman. Member Irving.
No questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, I think got really confusing.
Thank you. All right. And the chair has no questions and invites a motion from the council.
Motion to adopt staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Member Irving.
No, thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has no discussion. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 14. This is the Wellness Center Project Phase 2 Supplemental Work Order number 9. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. As you know, we're well underway with the construction of the Wellness and Recuperative Care Center. That's 110 separate living unit facility with 170 beds. It's also going to include recuperative care as a function, along with the navigation center resource. So it's a large project that is going to assist us in ultimately providing help to those that are experiencing homelessness. And so with that, we're nearing the completion, and I say that with my fingers crossed. I think we're still scheduled for August 31st. But as you know, we've experienced a number of delays over the course of this project. And if you remember back when we first got the authorization to proceed with this project, we actually proceeded in a fashion where we were approving contracts for two different phases of work. Phase 1, which is largely the underground work, phase 2, which is largely the above ground work. And then we also issued separate purchase orders for the actual modular units that either became the living units or community building units. And so this particular item is speaking specifically to the phase 2 component of the project. And with that, more specifically, about 80% of the related costs associated with this supplemental work order has to do with the community buildings, including framing and drywall, concrete pads for benches in the courtyard, electrical, fire sprinkler systems, cabinets and countertops, all of stuff that wasn't included in the original design when we first started. And of course, you'll recall when we got the award, we actually moved forward with drawings that weren't 100% complete, so effectively causing us to proceed more or less on some design build basis. And with that, as the design got more perfect along the way, these items were certainly identified as necessary to finish the project. So with that, the author on this item is your city engineer, once again, Mr. Brian Gangler. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the Honorable City Council approve supplemental work order number 9 for the Wellness Center Phase 2 construction contract, resulting in an increase not to exceed $1,640,679.38.
Thank you. All right. Questions for clarification? Mr. Harriman.
What is requested, number 9, refer to? SWO number 9.
Supplemental work order.
Supplemental work order number 9. And I know we've got a number of these for each of the phases, but this one's specific to the vertical phase, which is phase 2. I think the best summary of what's actually contained in SWO number 9 is found on page 2122, which is right in the middle of the second paragraph.
Okay. What I was meaning is the word requested, is that the city requesting additional work?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Irving.
Well, I think Mr. Metzler addressed my concern. Are we still on track for September 2023? I think he said yes. Or get your fingers crossed, right?
Fingers are
Okay,
crossed.
I'm gonna cross my fingers too. We are finished with phase one though, right? Yes, okay, wonderful. Okay,
Close enough.
I'm excited. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member Irving, Mayor Pro Tem.
No question.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes. How much funding is available to date, excluding the recommended award that we're going to be voting on tonight? Is there a dollar figure? We're using ARPA funds. That's my question is related to the resources of fund.
Well, we're using a combination of funds. It's not just ARPA. Of course, we have a large Project Home Key grant as well. And the fiscal impact section speaks to the money side of it fairly well. Just trying to see if I can get the answer for you. The staff report right now at this point is just identifying the total cost of that's accumulated to date, which is the $39.8 million.
Okay, so in other words, we don't have total ARPA funds to date, excluding this amount, right?
I don't have that information in front of me.
All right. Are the Connect Homes things that are going to be supplemental to the dwelling units?
Connect Homes is the manufacturer of the dwelling units, but they also built some of the community facilities as well.
So are they going to be supplemental, or is it just in place of? I'm trying to imagine the wellness center with the Connect Homes.
So the Connect Homes was actually authorized under a separate purchase contract, and those units have been purchased, constructed, and transported to the site. The supplemental work order, for example, in this supplemental work order 9, is for work that's supplemental to the arrival of those units. So those units, let's just say those units don't have the exact, well, I think decking is probably a really good example, because the Connect Homes role was to manufacture the units, transport them to the site. Then it's our responsibility to develop the rest of the site, and effectively supplemental work order number 9, an example of an item in there, is in fact decking. And so we have to construct that extra periphery outside of the building. So they're all being done separately. Connect Homes, that item is already completed.
My next question is in anticipation of an estimated date. Are we considering a third phase?
There is no third phase.
And what's the number sequencing that's used in each phase? I need to understand if there's any anticipated fiscal appropriations or impact. So I think if I have a clue, phase 1 and 2 and how they're delineated with subsequential numbers, 1 through 10, 1 through 9, 1 through 7, because there seems to be a variety and I can't seem to capture that pattern. Do you happen to know that?
Well, if you're looking for a pattern, I think the simplest pattern to share with you is the one that I summarized in the preamble, which is you have a phase 1, and under phase 1 you have a number of supplemental work orders. You also have a phase 2, and in this particular case, you also have a number of supplemental work orders. And under phase 2, this item is actually speaking to the 9th supplemental work order under phase 2.
So we can't predict that 9 is the last one. We can anticipate other work orders because there's no number coinciding with the theme, right?
Well, the number coinciding with a theme has nothing to do with the actual question relative to whether or not we expect more, and it's possible we could expect additional supplemental work orders at future meetings.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
And the chair has no questions on this and invites a motion from the council.
Motion.
Adopt. Thank you. Is there a second? We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion. Thank you, Member Irving.
No discussion, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
None.
Thank you. The chair has none and closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving. Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 15, this is the Green Tree Library Conceptual Design. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Just a brief history, as you all know, we've been undertaking since we'd actually done a library master plan, undertaking an effort to provide additional library amenity and service to the residents of our community. And this council participated in a decision to ultimately relocate the existing library to the Green Tree Golf Course, at least the space that's available at the Green Tree Golf Course that's not the existing clubhouse operation. And so we've gone down that path, and as we got that first direction, we were fortunate to receive a state grant in approximate order of about $9.3 million, plus or minus, to actually go towards library construction. So with that, we've actually expanded, and this council participated in the authorization to proceed with the expansion and adding on an additional 5,000 square feet to that facility. We've retained a TR design group to help us with the conceptual drawings, and with that, I'll share with you that presuming you like what you see and you want to move forward, the conceptual design phase is the very initial phase. With a go-ahead tonight, then you would be authorizing staff to proceed to actual construction drawings, which is the better detail of what actually it takes to build the facility. And then, of course, once that is complete, then we would actually proceed for the public bid of that construction project. So with that, we do have a brief presentation to give you some visual illustration. I think the public will certainly enjoy it as well. And it appears that our director of our building official, Mr. Joe Sleggers, is at the podium, and he'll be leading the brief presentation for you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. The goal of this presentation, I'll keep it brief, but it's really just to kind of bring you up to speed on our progress with the designer. TR Design, as Mr. Metzler mentioned. Thomas Riggle is the primary architect on the project, and he's here with us as well in chambers. If there are any more technical questions, maybe that he can lend some expertise to. So with that, I'll just go straight into the site plan. We're obviously a little further along here. As you can see, we kind of have the existing portion of the building that we were originally planning to renovate before becoming notified of the library grant coming through. The portion that you can see in Southview referenced as Children's Library Edition is the 5,000 square foot addition that we will now be able to construct as a result of that award. You can see that for those of you that are familiar with the site, we tried to be sort of as minimally invasive as possible. The only real effects to the site are the addition location itself, in addition to some ADA remediation and things that we're doing along the frontage, as well as adding some accessible parking stalls and things to the west of the building. In addition to that, the golf operation is also kind of minimally affected, but there are some changes. The cart path is moved down south a little bit further, as well as the putting green. So those will be really the only effects on site. So with that, I'll go ahead and jump to the floor plan. So as you guys can see there on the bottom right, a number of the staff members, and as I just learned, our project architect have sort of affectionately referred to this as the Millennium Falcon design. For those of you that are Star Wars fans, it does somewhat resemble that. Considering it's being added for the sake of accommodating children, you could see the appeal in that, certainly. To give you an idea of some of the things that we're sort of accomplishing with respect to the master plan, one of the, obviously the biggest goal of the master plan was simply the addition of square footage. So with this new design, we'll achieve just over 18,000 square feet of space dedicated to providing library service. That compares to roughly 8,200 currently, so more than double as far as just outright library space. A big one, though, is improving youth services. Obviously, they have a children's area currently, but it's only about 1,500 square feet in total. This is roughly 5,500 of space serving children specifically, so far more than triple the space that we currently have to serve children specifically. In addition to that, you can kind of see that the children's space incorporates a lot of natural light, some story areas, some things that cater a little better to the children. I guess I didn't capture it on the site plan originally, but the outdoor play area even incorporates a little putting green. So it kind of ties into the golf theme a little bit there with the kids as well. There are a number of multi-purpose spaces added that the current library didn't have the advantage of having, including a maker space, just kind of a general multi-purpose room and several different meeting rooms where you know, people can reserve those spaces and conduct uses within those spaces as well. There's a dedicated Friends of the Library area. They're obviously a good partner to the library, so that's a good space to house them. I kind of mentioned the outdoor seating areas, but one of the things that I did want to highlight is we kept fireplace, which faces internally and out externally. So it's kind of another neat little story time area for children potentially, but also can still be utilized by patrons of the golf course as well. So another thing to highlight would be the shelving. One of the big changes here is that the shelving will be mobile. So basically the layouts are configurable. A lot of flexibility in that as opposed to having, you know, sort of the old style, very tall stacks. Self-checkout machines will be incorporated as well. So patrons will be able to check out books without even contacting staff in some cases. The staff work area, this is another area where the space provided is going to be roughly 3 to 4 times what's provided currently for staff. They have very limited space, and this gives them a lot more space to conduct their job functions. Kind of mentioned there's just to the north in plan view, there's a small dedicated area for teens as well. So some programming involved for them as well. On the golf operation side, you know, being that I'm the captain of the fund, we got to touch on that as well. We have added kind of a bar area for them as well as an external pickup window where golf patrons can approach and purchase snacks, drinks, things like that, and then continue on through the course, as well as a lounge and some vending machine areas. Okay, moving on to the basement. This remains largely unchanged, although if you, in plan view, once again, the easternmost wall at the, I guess the right in plan view on the edge of the yellow area is a wall added to provide dedicated storage space for the sake of the library. So this will allow, you know, the area down low to basically keep the areas up high less cluttered, allow for storage. And we're potentially even incorporating a dumbwaiter to allow staff to move books and other items from the basement level up into the primary level. The remainder of the slides here basically just pertain to kind of the look of the building. This is still in flux somewhat. We have met preliminarily with planning, although we will ultimately have to go through an entitlement process. But the goal here, again, you can kind of see that Millennium Falcon feel. It's round, got a lot of natural light, and incorporates a lot of the same architectural features that the existing building does. So more to come on that, but wanted to give you a preliminary look at it. there's just another view of that same area. And then here we have elevations as well. Again, some of this is still in flux in terms of colors, but it gives you a little bit of an idea of the look of the building. The front remains mostly unchanged with the exception of some windows that we added on the one side to provide a little bit more natural light for the office space users. I guess I skimmed by that last one pretty quick if you want to take a look at that, but kind of the same thing there in terms of architectural features. So that actually concludes the presentation. Just wanted to give you an idea of where we're at in terms of our progress and what we've accomplished. But I'll remain available for any questions you guys may have.
All right, thank you. Before we do that, Madam Clerk, will you read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council approve the preliminary site and floor plans and direct staff to move forward with the final design and construction phases of the project.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so we're going to open it up to some questions as to the staff report and or the presentation. We'll begin with you, Member Irving.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of questions. I couldn't help but get excited with the children's area. The workspaces that will be available, are they wired for technology or they are?
I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to assert a point of privilege here. Hold on a second. I'm hearing an echo. Am I the only one hearing it? No one else is hearing it? You are hearing it. Okay. Can we have someone take a look at it? But as long as you're willing to proceed.
I am willing.
Yep.
I'm a teacher, so I can't help but hope that the workspaces that you have set aside are conducive for cooperative learning and in addition sort of encourage the 21st century learning standards. So I'm excited. So thank you very much. That's all I wanted to make sure that, you know, kids from the community can come and work together on projects. And, you know, we don't know what great ideas are going to come from this library. So, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Irving. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm going to piggyback with her again. She's reading my notes. Along with with computers and everything like that, does that mean our IT department's going to double? There you go. We're going to be in charge of it?
I'm sorry, the IT elements. It'll be a city operation, so yeah, we will,
Okay. Yeah,
we will
that's
maintain the
thank you,
system.
sir. Thank you. Okay, that's it. No further questions. Nice job. I doubt we could call it the Millennium Falcon. I think we'd get in a little bit of trouble. I would like to. There's Chewbacca here. We can work with it. Got you going. Thank you, sir. Very well done.
Member Gomez.
Yes, what's the cost to date that I'm sorry, we're not on 16 yet.
15.
Please remind me.
15.
15, thank you. So is the agenda amount of nearly $1 million only to cover the construction and design along with the furnishings of the library?
We haven't gotten to that point yet. I think what you're asking is more so related to the award for the construction, and we're not there yet. We're just at the conceptual stage, presuming that the council supports us proceeding to construction drawings, then that'll be the next phase.
Is a conceptual design type model after a particular structure?
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thomas Riggle with TR Design Group in Riverside. And no, the answer to the question that is no. We design each of our buildings in relation to the site. We went through a couple of different concepts for this project and try to make each one unique to the specific needs of your city.
Thank you. What is the maximum capacity at any one time of this conceptual library site?
If you're referring to like an occupant load from code, we have not performed that analysis yet as far as the maximum allowable number of people that are allowed in the building. That will be conducted as part of the permit review.
Okay. And how many phases are anticipated? And what is the estimated completion date for people to start utilizing the services?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part. How many what?
Phases do we anticipate?
We did the architectural design in 2 phases. So ultimately, we had phase 1 was the conceptual. That's why we're coming back to you now to make sure we have your blessing before moving forward with phase 2 of the design. At this point, we anticipate the construction contract to be done under a single phase.
Thank you. And how are deaf children and adults being considered in the Falcon design?
Falcon design, I like that. We will absolutely be incorporating all ADA features required by code, and I think there'll be even additional attention paid to some of the program concepts as well.
Will there be any fees charged for usage of spaces to the patrons or to its visitors?
I don't have that answer for you at this point, but I don't anticipate that.
Okay, and I think someone said that this would also be utilized by patrons of the golf course, which doesn't mean anything. It just the word golf course came across. Anybody could use it from any other rendering city, correct?
That's correct. And as a matter of fact, the design is sort of conducive to crossover to some degree. The spaces are separate, but the idea is that somebody, say, checking out a book could go over to the other side and purchase a coffee, or that a golfer could stop in and check out a book.
Oh, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
I just think it's an excellent design. I like that radius. I like that circle. Looks really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harriman. Okay, I just have a few, and bear with me because I'm, reading plans is not my forte. So, and first of all, I echo the sentiments of my colleagues. I'm really excited about this, and there's so much about it that looks good. But, and I'm familiar with this site. So, if you look at the areas that have the food bar and the golf shop and all of that, the vending and so forth, are there doors there so that kids can't get into some of those areas?
Yes, there are doors that separate those areas, and they can be separately secured.
Okay, so because there's gonna be alcohol served, right? So that's a concern in our community, right?
Absolutely, yes. That is one of the considerations in the design.
And then what happens, just, playing devil's advocate, a parent is there with his or her children, they're doing projects, and can anybody go into the bar? Is there any issue with that? I mean, they can just leave their children in the library and I'm just thinking about we're prepared, right? If somebody comes out, they go and have, heaven forbid, 3 drinks, and they come out and they want to drive their kids home, right?
Yeah, that's a tough one. What I would say is that the vast majority of our library programs require parent supervision.
Perfect.
So to some degree, they'd be required to remain during the conducting of those programs.
Perfect. Okay. And then just one other thing, because I love the design of this. I'm hoping that when it gets to the final, I really love this. That when we get to the final part of this, that maybe we can have, a little lusher landscaping and not quite so austere. That's just my personal preference, but ultimately up to the council. All right. Thank you very much. That's all I have. Mr. Rickles, thank you so much for being with us this evening and for your hard work on this. I can't even imagine everything that went into this. All right, with that said, the chair invites a motion from the council.
Move to adopt staff's recommendations.
Thank you. We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion. Member Irving.
No discussion.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Member Gomez.
Not at the moment.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
None.
Thank you. The chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So happy about this. All right. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendation presented on the agenda. Moving on to item number 16, Macerich Assistance Payment. Number 9, Mall of Victor Valley Development Agreement. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This item is also become fairly routine, as it's an item we do annually, and we actually even budget for it. But you may recall that in 2012, the city entered into an agreement with Macerich, which is the actual owner of the mall. property, excuse me. And as an overall effort to try to encourage at that time effectively some redevelopment of the mall space and try to keep the mall facility from further decline economically, entered into a business rate relationship with with Macerich to basically help secure additional anchors to support the mall operation in itself. And in doing so, the city agreed to enter into a sales tax sharing relationship where it agreed to enter into a relationship where for every sales tax dollar received that's above $1 million threshold, meaning the city gets the first $1 million in sales tax generated from that facility, then the city would pay for everything above that million until a certain loan value of $18.8 million was completely paid off. And so with that, this item is effectively approving the actual deposit of money or basically approving the check to be written to Macerich, basically to satisfy our obligation under the agreement. So with that, the author on this item is your Deputy City Manager, City Treasurer, Ms. Sophie Smith. She's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That your Honorable City Council authorize assistance payment as provided for in the development agreement with Macerich Victor Valley LLC in the amount of $408,960 for calendar year 2022.
Thank you. All right, questions for clarification as to the staff report, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Bensler, Mrs. Smith, whichever one would like to answer this. On page 2172, first paragraph, basically says that they had to do some work. They had to fix the front. They had to get the JCPenney's set and ready to go, and the Macy's. Was there any leeway of now that Sears is gone? Sears is probably going on 2 years that it's been empty. Do we have any more say-so of any of the other stores?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The answer to that is no. The performance obligations of Macerich and the city, the performance obligations of Macerich were on the front end. And at the time, the city wanted to see a repurposing of what was then the former Gottschalk's anchor, which yielded Macy's as it is today. JCPenney was actually in a much smaller footprint of what is now Dick's Sporting Goods. Dick's actually built that building out bigger than what it was. And effectively, JCPenney was relocated to what was the former Mervyn's site. So those were the performance obligations, notwithstanding, the upgrade to the feel and the environment. There were a bunch of environmental elements that were improved. But beyond that scope, that was the performance scope that we agreed to. What I can tell you is that the mall would be motivated and should be motivated to working with Sears because Sears would be, as my understanding is, the current owner of that anchor site where Sears operated. And so with that being said, there has to be some kind of relationship between the two to reuse or repurpose that space. I do believe Macerich has an interest in obviously seeing that reused, because to the extent it could be reused and become a sales tax generator, that actually gives them an opportunity to enjoy greater upside of the sales tax collections. So effectively, I would say Sears not being operational actually is negatively impacting the mall's collections.
Okay. And was there anything written in the contract that we don't see here for safety and security of the shopping public there, i.e. Friday night, Saturday? There's more 16-year-olds there than there is people spending money.
It's been a while since I've read the agreement, unless Ms. Smith can remember better than I. One thing that I do recall, and it likely is in the contract, one of our goals in taking on this relationship was the mall doing more to actually change who it was catering to and attracting to the mall. I do believe improvements have been made over the course of the time with the refresh, if you will. And there's nothing that's specific to police, for example, but I can share with you that the mall has taken it upon itself in recent years to actually add a akin to a SRO. I'll call it a mall resource officer, and so we do have dedicated sheriff now patrolling the mall to help provide additional sense of security.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor. No further questions.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
So 9 checks have been issued. How many years is that? And what is the dollar amount rendered to date?
Okay.
Actually, page 2177 on the agenda has a chart that shows 10 years of payments. For 2020, there was no payment made. So in 10 years since the contract's inception, the payments have cumulatively totaled $2,900,205 with this payment that is proposed to be made.
Thank you. And what is the cost to date that we have honored the privately owned mall management Masaryk? Is there a percentage of what the percentage comes from and the sources? So in other words, you've answered a portion of my question with the beginning of 2 million and so forth. But I want to understand what percentage and where are we allotting those funds from? General funds, Measure P, anything like that?
The money is coming from the general fund, which is the same fund that your sales tax generation gets deposited to.
Okay. So what do we have a percentage on that? Do we know it's 2% of the general fund or less than 0.5%? I know we went through the review of the budget, but that wasn't within that confine.
I'd have to do a calculation. I'm not going to do that because I don't have all
Thank
the
you.
numbers in front of me.
How many more years are left for the contract to continue to subsidize the Victor Valley Mall? And you can feel free to say what you need to say.
Well, on that same page that Ms. Smith drew your attention to, which is page 2177, same place where we got the $2.9 million answer for you, 18 years is remaining in this agreement.
So if 18 years are allotted, then it's a total of 28 years, is that correct? Where the development agreement was considered or thinking of going through?
The answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. Are we aware of any other stakeholders that are contributing to the declined gross sales since 2007? Is anyone helping us or is that just us, Victorville? I don't have the contract in front of me, sorry.
You're going to have to restate that question. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, so are we aware of any other stakeholder cities contributing to the declined gross sales since 2007 or since the inception of the contract?
No.
No. What sources of fiscal appropriated dollars is the city utilizing as a promise? In other words, what rendered this? We're no longer in 2007, but in 2023. So I'm just wondering, we're just honoring the contract and we're not revisiting it, maybe?
You're just in this item, you're honoring the contract.
Okay. And then I saw 2 tables in the erosion of sales and the sales tax increment sharing tables. Were there any cash transactions that may not be reported that could affect the $1 million that we're not considering?
So we do annually, just as we do for the larger sales tax that the city receives, along with the Measure P that we receive. We actually have a contract with a company called HDL Companies. They do sales tax auditing for us. They meet with us quarterly. They are responsible for contacting and receiving all of the sales tax related information for businesses licensed in the city of Victorville, and are effectively responsible to us for auditing those funds to make sure we're collecting all of the money that's owed to us pursuant to sales that take place.
Yeah, and
Your time is up.
thank you.
Thank you. Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you. Member Irving.
Actually, I think that my my question, Mr. Metzler touched up on it. I wanted to know if this development agreement gave us any leeway, any leverage. I wanted to address the issue with the old Sears building as well, but I think he spoke to it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And on that note, that was the question I had as well. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and request a motion from the council.
Move to adopt staff's recommendations.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Irving.
No discussion.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Not at the moment, thank you.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
No discussion.
Thank you. The chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
No.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, so the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 17, this is fiscal year 2023-2024 contracts renewals. This is the annual supply and service agreements. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Annually, we bring this back, ideally at the time or right after we adopt the city budget, and effectively with the adoption of the budget, that provides us with the framework then to continue on with contracts that we do bid on a 5-year basis. It's not uncommon for us as a function of bidding for goods and services that we enter into a 5-year arrangement with the vendors where the 5 years is an outside term, but we're actually entering into a contract for those services on an annual basis. Therefore not entering into a contract without budget authority. And so with that, now that we have the budget authority, these items involve services and supplies that we rely on just in large part for daily routine and operations. So with that, this item is authored by Sophie Smith, your Deputy City Manager, City Treasurer. She's available for any technical questions or comments regarding this item.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the City Council Board of Directors award contracts for the annual supply and service agreements to various vendors and suppliers for fiscal year 2023-2024 per the adopted budget approved on June 6th, 2023.
Thank you. All right, moving on to questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report, beginning with Member Gomez.
Please remind me of the item.
I'm sorry?
Please remind me of the item.
Sure, item 17.
Okay. So is there a timeline with an aggregated duration of the services for each vendor? I'm just looking at the list and I don't see how long they've been with us.
No, we don't have that information available at this time. I mean, to put it together, we certainly could. It'd be helpful if you spoke more specific, or if the council wanted that information, it was more specific to a particular vendor, as this item is dealing with a long laundry list of vendors. This is effectively just dealing with a 1-year extension to their existing terms.
Is there any pathway for other vendors to apply for services after that year? Is there like this thing called a sweet spot?
We don't have anything called a sweet spot. But as far as goods and services, after we've already awarded a contract, I'm not sure the answer to that if we just take information from vendors.
We typically do not exceed 5-year terms or 1 year with 4 renewable annual options. We go out for bid again after that time period.
Okay. So we don't exceed the 5-year marker 4 + 1, which is 5. So layman terms sweet spot to break it down for those that don't comprehend. I'm not using legalese. I wanted to understand then, if it's a 5-year, could I anticipate seeing this type of agenda for the next 4 years? Or have we already kind of been at 3rd year and then we'll see it 2 more years?
We do this item annually, and it's something that you've seen annually. Each of these companies, I would say they're not all on the same same place in the term. Some might be entering for the second year, some might be entering into the fourth year, and for those that are entering into the fourth year, we'd likely be bidding their services soon. They're all on a different schedule as far as where they're at in their 5-year terms.
Thank you for that clarification. What's the threshold that such service providers may forego for that 1-year contractual renewer? In other words, how can we bring an opportunity for someone else to generate that income by being on this list? Do we have an opportunity provided for them after the 5th year, during the 5th year?
I'm sorry, that question doesn't make sense to me.
Well, it makes sense to me because the opportunity of someone that was with us for 5 years and they get another 5 years is 10 and another 5 is 15. So we've probably not given an opportunity to another service provider if we keep extending the 5-year terms, which I think we've continuously done for over now 7 years with the same type of vendorship.
No, that's not how it works. We have 5-year terms, which include an initial award of contract for 1 year with 4 1-year extensions. The opportunity that exists for anybody that's providing those services is when we actually go out for public bid. Unless it's a sole source bid, we're required to actually go out for bid and do a reconsideration amongst all those that respond to the solicitation or the bid at that time.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you, Member Irving.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Metzler, as a city government, we are held under certain laws for going out to bid, whether it's an RFP or whether it's we're buying concrete or asphalt or fuel from certain companies, correct?
There are state laws, and then we actually further adopt our own local code, purchasing code, to establish how we want to conduct it, so long as it doesn't conflict with state code.
Any and all companies that deal with the city of Victorville have to have a business license in the city of Victorville, even though they're not located. Vulcan Materials is located just outside of Oro Grande, but yet they still have a business license in the city of Victorville because we purchased from them, correct?
That would be correct.
The money we spent to them is public records of Measure I, LTF, where we get our money to pay for our asphalt, correct?
Yeah.
So the word sweet spot, which I've never heard through that way, we're held accountable for our finances.
Everything we have is publicly disclosable as it relates to our finances.
And anybody for fuel. I remember when it was just Beck Oil, but now there's 4 of them for fuel. Anybody who can provide us the amount of fuel we need throughout the year, because we're not just talking a 10-gallon tank. We're talking the trucks that have to pull in and unload at the yard and everywhere else we have tanks.
You know, in that case, we'll actually procure as much as 20,000 gallons at a time, and I believe, if not weekly, we're bidding that out monthly. So that actually has a greater frequency, just given the volatility and price for that commodity.
So just because these 4 are here doesn't mean we're going to spend 200,000 for Flyers Energy. If they get the bid for that month, we'll spend that amount of money, whatever it is, for a tanker truck for them to deliver.
So correct. You know, we establish these prices based upon the best estimates we have as to past costs and, of course, projecting future demand. And that's with price being an unknown when it comes to something like gasoline. So, of course, if gasoline prices drop and we projected an expense, at a much higher amount, we could see a situation where we wouldn't be expending entirely on that contract.
So our contractors that do deal with us, they're for the 5 years, the 1 year, and then the 4 years. At any time, if they fail to produce the way they need to, we have that option. We write it into the contract that we can delete the contract or stop the contract at any time.
There are provisions that allow us to cut them loose.
Thank you. Thank you very much. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. And the chair has no questions on this and invites a motion from the council and the council acting on its various boards of directors.
Motion to adopt staff's recommendation.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
No further discussion.
Thank you. Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, I recommend that there be an added row for the duration of each vendor that they've been doing business with the city of Victorville.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Irving.
No discussion.
Thank you, and the chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
No.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council and its various boards of directors have taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 18. This is a receive and file of the annual single audit on federal expenditures report for the year ended June 30, 2022. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Just as we do for our larger citywide audit, along with the audit that we perform for the Water District and the Airport Authority, we're required mainly by the federal government as it relates to certain grant funds that they send to us. In this particular case, we're required to do or perform single audits for the ARPA monies that we receive along with the COVID specific CDBG funds. And so these audits have been performed by the same auditing firm that performs the city audit, which effectively is a third party coming in and reviewing our financials, our accounting works, and also reviewing our processes and testing our practices. And with that, they identify issues that effectively are intended to be constructive for us as staff to where we can work towards trying to correct the issues. This audit does include, similar to the findings in our previous audit, findings that we are working on attending. So with that, this item has been prepared by your Deputy City Manager, City Treasurer, Ms. Sophie Smith. She's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the City Council receive and file the fiscal year 2021-2022 single audit.
Thank you. Technical questions for clarification, beginning with Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you. Member Irving.
No questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. What composes the federal auditing characteristics? I was kind of confused. I thought this one, you said something about we do this annually for the state. And I thought it was that, but I know federal auditing is a little different. And you mentioned ARPA funding.
There are a number of accounting rules that are required of us, especially by federal agencies when they're administering monies. They also submit to us certain accounting requirements they have of us, and so we're effectively performing to what's required of us.
Thank you. Did we, and maybe this is irrelevant because I confused it with our regular auditing. Did we have any material weaknesses?
I'm just looking at, of course, what's summarized in the staff report. I'm not seeing material weaknesses.
Thank you. And then maybe this is irrelevant too, but maybe because I'm confused a little bit with the federal and what we do. I put internal controls. Maybe that's not relevant here. I thought about what we did last time and we had a couple of things that we had to tighten up. So I thought I would bring it up to this aspect for the federal grants auditing section.
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to restate your question, please.
Does the auditor company have the freedom to peruse through all the grants, or are they any limitation through the perusal process of documents?
I'm not aware of any limitations.
Okay, so they take a sample based on the administrative records that we provide them, or do they have the freedom to go through any documents through?
The independent auditors typically perform audits following certain guidance offered under governmental GASB, which is the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, and so they're effectively conducting an audit consistent with their standards.
And we don't have anyone from the auditors here, right?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask the question. So does the city know if there was any qualitative approaches when auditing?
Qualitative approaches.
Yeah, qualitative.
None that I'm aware of. Certainly would expect quantitative.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. All right, just very briefly, if I could. So this single audit for the year ending June 30, 2022, it was due March 31st, 2023.
That is correct.
Are we going to, is there any repercussions to going beyond the deadline?
No.
Thank you. And then, of course, part of the, as difficult as it is for me personally to see significant deficiencies, the silver lining, if there is to be one, is that it helps us to strengthen ourselves and know what we need to improve on. And are we taking those steps?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. All right, with that said, the chair invites a motion from the council to receive and file.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second.
A point for clarifying some of the language that was just uttered by you.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. So you have a question.
Yeah, what's something that you made mention that caused confusion for the
I'm sorry, but we're already in, we've already closed the questions. We're moving into the.
Well, you said something about filing, so there's no action.
It's a receive and file item, and that's the motion.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. We have a first and a second discussion. Oh gosh, who first? Who moved it? Member Irving. All right.
I don't have any discussion.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, so maybe I should have waited for this time. So for the receive and file, there's no action that we're taking, and I was confusing that with a motion. Thank you for the clarification. Nothing else.
Member Harriman.
I have nothing.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has received and filed the single audit report. Moving on to item number 19. This is the National Opioid Settlement Agreements. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. We as a city are a beneficiary to a nationwide settlement amongst drug manufacturers and distributors of opioid products. And as a beneficiary of those settlement funds, we've actually entered into agreements that will bring us revenues on an annual basis where those monies are required to be spent towards particular efforts that can help curb or create awareness over the significance of opioid addiction and try to curb those efforts. As a part of these agreements, we've actually identified a scope of work or a plan, if you will, to where these monies can be spent. Of course, they got to be spent consistent with certain requirements. But we've identified a number of areas where these monies, we believe, can be spent and actually help in some of our wellness center operation activities. So we've laid out some proposed expenditures of these funds. We're not talking about a tremendous amount of money. The $61,252 that's spoken to in the staff report, we're actually in this item seeking the appropriation on the revenue and the expense side. That's for an accumulation probably of close to 2 years worth of money. And so with that, this item would authorize us to proceed in spending those monies to support our local efforts. With that, while I am the author on this item, the real work that goes into this and the real knowledge that goes into this is Mr. Tony Camargo, assistant to the city manager. He and I are available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council adopt resolution number 23-060, Approving a budget amendment for fiscal year 2022-2023 to appropriate $61,252.75 in both revenue and expenditures related to the National Opioid Settlement Agreements. Adopt resolution number 23-061, authorizing the city of Victorville to agree to certain settlement agreements, and authorize the city manager to use all opioid settlement fund disbursements, including future funds, in accordance with the list of opioid remediation uses provided in the opioid settlements.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, technical questions for clarification as to the staff report, beginning with Member Irving.
No questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a question, but I'm gonna have to ask the captain because I hope you would know this, Keith. Is fentanyl a opioid, sir? No.
No, I believe that's in a different category and schedule.
Okay, it's a different schedule. So the shot that your deputies might need when they run across fentanyl being made, we can't buy those for your deputies with this money, correct?
No, this is specifically for, like the city manager was talking about, the educational wellness for opioid addiction.
Okay, that's it. I wanted to buy as a deputy shots. Thank you very much, madam.
Yes, thank you. Member Gomez.
Is the city cooperating with the sheriff and his efforts in dealing with opioids? Is that where this would come in line?
The first part of the question, are we cooperating? Absolutely, yes. But this has more to do with redirecting the receipt of those funds to be spent on supplementing efforts at our wellness center.
So when you address the wellness center, you're talking about the building of what we're building at Eva Dell, right? When you said wellness center.
That's correct.
Thank you. And you said there was a 2-year of about 61,000. Is that annually, biannually?
We receive annual amounts in the order of just about $30,000 a year is my recollection, but Mr. Camargo knows the better number.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The 61,000 that's been received is with 2 years. Depending on each settlement agreement, the allotment's different. So depending on the agreement, whether it's the distributors, Janssen, or the Allergan agreement, it's going to differentiate every year.
Would you mind repeating the agreement you used? Okay.
Yeah, there's the distributors agreement, the Janssen agreement, and then the last one is with five pharmaceutical companies and distributors: Allergan, Walmart, CVS, etc.
Thank you. Did the city have to enter into a class lawsuit or any type of settlement agreements to obtain any funding disbursements?
We entered into an agreement like all other cities and counties and states throughout the country.
And since it's going to be used for educational purposes, have we envisioned or conceptualized what wellness looks like in educative means?
There's several services that we're envisioning using it on, specifically psychoeducation, which is education and information to those who are experiencing mental health issues.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you. And I just have a couple quick questions. So in the recommendation, it's requesting, Mr. Metzler, that you be authorized to use opioid, I have a hard time with that word, opioid settlement fund disbursements, including future funds. In the past, we've always taken this up periodically, but you're asking for authorization to use all future funds according to the proper remediation uses, as long as it doesn't go beyond your purchasing authority, I would expect.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. All right, with that said, the chair invites a motion from the council.
Motion to adopt staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
I have to do a substitute motion.
Okay, and your substitute motion?
So is to adopt as recommended as staff, but modify the authorization of allowing the city manager to have anything that would not come first to the city council before he makes a decision.
All right, thank you. We have a first and a second. Excuse me, we have a substitute motion. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the substitute motion dies. We're back to the main motion. We had a first from Mayor Pro Tem. I believe I heard a second from Member Irving. Was that correct? Thank you. With that said, we're going to move into discussion on the pending motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Irving.
Discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, will the city have any knowledge of what is happening with the settlement when Mr. Metzler makes a decision?
Okay, Member Gomez, we're in discussion on the pending motion.
That was all I had, thank you.
Thank you. Member Harriman.
I have nothing.
Thank you, and the chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
No.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 20, fiscal year 2023-2024 training schedule for city council members. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council, to support you all as members of the council in providing training and education opportunities to you, and also considering provisions of our policy and procedure manual that require the pre-approval of travel to any outside events. This item is brought forward similar to how we've brought forward in the past, seeking pre-approval for 4 items, 3 of which are hosted by the League of California Cities, and 1 that is effectively hosted by San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. That's a city-county conference. So with that, presuming a council approval of this item, it'll provide us with the flexibility of being able to schedule travel arrangements, registration for events well in advance without having to come back each time for each event and come back to the council in a public setting for approval. So with that, the author on this item is your city clerk. She's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you very much. All right, with that said, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That your honorable city council directs staff which business events council will attend during fiscal year 2023-2024 to allow sufficient time for registration and travel accommodations.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, questions for clarification, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Metzler, we're missing the SCAG one in Palm Desert, the 59th annual, the one that the mayor and myself are representatives.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. That one, I believe, is not necessary to be pre-approved by the council because I believe the policy manual speaks to committees to where the council members are assigned to the extent you're assigned to committees, those travel and registration are authorized.
Okay. And one more, well, no, that's it. Thank you very much. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, so I'm seeking some clarification because there's a couple of items, events that are typically attended, but they're missing. Would you mind reiterating the explanation you provided based on one event? But I guess there's no characteristics of what, I would say a couple of them are missing, but I don't understand why they're missing. And they may not be committee related either.
Member Gomez, can you articulate which ones you believe are missing?
So there's a lot of events that happen through the League of Cities that are not here and we typically do attend. And I was expecting some of those. Those are not part of the committees.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I think we've tried to be consistent in this item to how we've approved this in the past. I will say that to the extent the council desires to attend others, certainly now would be the opportunity. This would be the best opportunity to identify those, and we can certainly add those in if it's the pleasure of the council.
Well, I was just asking in case there was like a list, but your explanation is sufficient for me to understand how it went about, I was just trying to understand that portion. And also for the pre-approvals of travels, I'm just wondering in this aspect, does it affect the stipends that were already approved for the positions of the pro tem and mayor positions? Does that affect this?
No.
It doesn't. It's totally separate, right?
This does not affect the stipends as they're currently laid out in the policy.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you, Member Irving.
Well, I think I probably know the answer, but I'm gonna ask anyway. For the city and county conference, you don't have a firm date on that? Not yet, okay.
I can probably answer that only because I just emceed it. They used to do it, I think it was in June. They've opted now for, I think April or May. Or no, they used to do it in April. They're opting now for May to do it a little bit later. So I'm not real sure. This still has April, but I think they're going to try to go with May again.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, and the chair has no questions on this and invites a motion from the council.
Madam Mayor, in prior years, we've gone one at a time with each council member to attend.
You can make a motion to include or exclude whoever you wish if you'd like to take that route.
Madam Mayor, I motion that council is approved to go with the exclusion of Councilmember Gomez.
Thank you. Chair seconds that.
I make a substitute motion for that.
Yes, Member Gomez.
So in the reporting, it doesn't show any exclusion, although I know there could be based on the entire pool of the council. So I would like that the targeting stop at least this vehement.
Member
and that we
Gomez,
not
that is not a
consider that,
motion,
but it's
not a substitute.
but instead use it during the motion where we can add that in that direction, so it doesn't seem like there's any prejudice or bias.
Okay, that's not a motion, that's a commentary. Do you have a substitute motion?
Yes, so if we can verbalize that, that's my motion.
Okay, I can verbalize it. I motion that all the other council members go, but Councilmember Gomez.
So that's my motion on the table.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion from Member Gomez. I'm going to rephrase it in the spirit of being gracious to my colleague. The substitute motion, as I understand, the intent of it is to allow all council members to attend. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the substitute motion dies. We're back at the main motion, and we're going to entertain discussion on that, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
No.
Thank you. Member Harriman?
No.
Thank you. Member Irving?
No discussion.
Thank you. And the chair has no discussion, closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
No.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. All right. So the council has just taken action to approve the conferences, etc., as presented on the agenda for all council members excepting Council Member Gomez. Moving on to item number 21. This is the Fentanyl Awareness and Education Program. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yeah, this item was requested by Councilmember Harriman. I believe this was requested in large part directly resulting from Councilmember Harriman having attended a Mountain Desert Division League meeting up in Mammoth, where one of our neighboring cities, I shouldn't say neighboring cities, nearby cities, the city of Palmdale actually made a presentation on a pretty impressive outreach campaign that they had actually undertaken to help promote or create greater awareness in the community about fentanyl and the effects of fentanyl and the threats it plays in our community. So with that, I believe that was the reason for this item being brought back.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. And so, Mr. Harriman, because this item is placed on the agenda at your request, you now have an opportunity to further introduce the item if you want to pitch it, so to speak, to the council. Please feel free.
I wish there were all of us there when that presentation was done, and then I wouldn't have to say as much, but I would just like to see the city of Victorville get involved in the same type of outreach that they're doing in Palmdale, going to some events, maybe like having a booth at the concert in the park, just stuff like that where you educate our youth and try to eliminate some peer pressure they might be experiencing in regards to the fentanyl epidemic. I think there's a lot to learn, especially when you have something that looks like candy to some people. And that's pretty much it.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
Any action is at the discretion of your honorable city council.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Harriman, did you have any questions that you wanted to ask regarding this?
I guess so. Do we have a limit? Is there some kind of something structured in our budget to spend on this kind of thing? Is it qualify with Measure P?
We don't have something specific in the budget currently, but if the council so desired for us to develop a program, we could do that. I think where we would start first is of course, getting more familiar, even beyond what was presented, with what Palmdale did and how they did it. And then, of course, try to develop something for us here locally, basically creating more or less a program or a campaign. And I say that in the sense that we would conceptualize it first and then try to come up with some type of action plan that we could actually come up with an estimated cost. And because we don't have anything specifically budgeted for this, and to the extent we can't program money that's identified as unused, we could come back to this council and seek an appropriation. The funding source we could determine at that time.
If I recall, the person from Palmdale was with open arms and said she was willing to help. If anybody else needed any information, I think that would be a good resource. She was very impressive with everything that she presented.
Correct. No, I agree with that. And if we haven't reached out to her already, we will, presuming, of course, the council provides the direction.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Member Irving.
I think Councilman Harriman may have stated, my concern is, what are we going to do? Adopt Palmdale's program? It's not a concern. Is that what we're talking about?
I don't.
I don't think we need to adopt their program, but maybe their model, because there was so much that she went. I mean, it was a good half hour of very intense presentation. So there were a lot of variables that they did. They were going to the parks and events and to the schools, and it was rather.
I'm not opposed to it. I mean, I understand that it is something that, I mean, we're talking about it in schools now, so
yeah,
it's an issue. I agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. At one time, Cap, they used to have a drug program at the sheriff's station where they would come out with this big old briefcase, open it up, and show you what all that. Right? You remember that? You were in high school, probably. Do they still have that type of program through the sheriff's department?
We've had various, programs for narcotics abuse, and I know what you're talking about, but I could reach out to our narcotics division.
I would.
Fentanyl, the awareness is ramping up across the nation, right now as we speak. And I guess there's the pharmaceutical side of the house, and then there's the black market, the chemicals that are manufactured where we're getting this.
I would want to stay away from the city trying to talk about it because of that reason. I would rather we get with one of the hospitals. Desert Valley's real good about meeting with us, or you guys of presenting it in a controlled environment like that. But yeah, I want to see the briefcase again. It's been a while.
If I might just add to that, beyond what the sheriff's department may already be doing, I am aware, just from conversation, and I think speaking to Councilmember Irving's point about it being discussed in the schools, I am aware, in fact, having talked with the Victor Valley most recently, the high school district, I'm told that they actually do have a program and they run it through their Family Resource Center, I believe is what they call it. And so to the extent we're directed, one of the things that we would do is, of course, inventory what's already existing so that we're not, so that we're actually supplementing instead of duplicating.
Okay.
Thank you.
No further.
Got it. All right, Member Gomez.
Yes. What funding sources would be available for such a program? Do we know?
Not at this time.
And then what outreach and what are the costs associated?
Not at this time until given direction. We don't have any information to share at this time.
Would it be possible to have the educational awareness be a part of the library conceptual site since we're already working on something for educational awareness?
Well, not exactly as a part of the site, but it's possible if, again, the council gave direction for us to move into this space of education awareness, it's possible that we can incorporate it as a part of our programming efforts.
And before using the assumptions, could the city be able to bring any valuable data as an analysis to speak more rationally about this fentanyl epidemic?
If so directed, we can pursue getting that information and trying to educate more ourselves about this. I will tell you, we're not, as a city, experts in this space. And so, in large degree, if we move forward in this, we would definitely have to pull in resources to help us become more knowledgeable about this space. It's doable. We had a similar experience when we were asked to involve ourselves in taking on some of the homelessness related issues. And so again, if this council wants us to move into that space, we certainly can do that. We will have to spend some time getting educated, aware of identifying the resources before we can actually develop a program that we can recommend to you.
So if there was indeed a model, what's the origin and how can we envision these issues, these epidemics? I think it only provides a type of blanket statement without having concrete tangible data. Maybe if we can get real data that's scientifically based, would we be able to do that if there was someone willing to exert? I feel we're having a conversation and it's just a one page that, you're right, I'm not an expert in it either.
I think that all sounds great. We probably could get that information.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Gomez. So I was at that presentation from Palmdale, and I really appreciated from that presentation and discussion the a certain growth and connectivity between the city and residents and schools, and there were a lot of partnerships that were involved in implementing their particular program. And so while there might have been some funding from the city, a lot of it came from other organizations, which was really nice. And I do know that they're willing to help us and answer any questions that we might have in maybe avoiding any pitfalls if we were to go forward. So I'm presuming, Mr. Harriman, that the request on this is going to be for the city manager and his staff to bring us a proposed program on education and awareness.
Yeah, I would say that's correct.
Okay. All right. So I have no other questions. And Mr. Harriman, since this is your item, would you like to make a motion?
I'm not real good at making.
Okay, so is it in line with what I just said then?
Yes. Yes.
So I'll venture it for you on behalf of Mr. Harriman, that the city council direct the city manager and his staff to bring to the council at a time that fits in with staff's schedule, a proposed program on fentanyl awareness and education, a program for that. So that we'll say that's moved by Mr. Harriman. Is there a second? Chair seconds. Discussion on the pending motion.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Yes.
Or modify, just, or add is what I'm really trying to do. What you said was perfect. It's just, is there going to be any real data? I feel that this is this is an intricate component that should be a part of it. I mean, they're not experts, but they're going to be pulling a team. So I expect to see something where I can read the research as well.
Okay, so that's, it sounds like you're trying to make an amendment to the motion, but I would presume, Mr. Metzler, that you understand bring a proposal means that you have some significant data to support going forth with such a program. Why there's a need for such a thing.
We can certainly study that if that's the direction of the council.
Sure. No, she was seeking an amendment. So, so since Mr. Metzler didn't think that that was inherent in the language, we're going to treat that as an amendment. So is there a second on the amended language? Chair seconds.
I have a substitute motion, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and this is the last one because we'll have 3 on the floor. Yes.
That the city manager get with our city attorney before we go down this rabbit hole. We might want to see what kind of trouble or legal trouble we might get into. You don't see us advocating the drinking and driving, weed use, cigarette use, everything like that. You're stupid enough to use it. So I have a real issue of spending government money on something like that. Let the hospitals take care of it. Let the police department take care of it.
Okay, we have a substitute motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second on the substitute motion. We're going to take that one first. Is there any discussion on that?
No discussion.
Anyone, any discussion on that? Hearing no discussion, Madam Clerk, the vote.
Councilmember Gomez?
No.
Councilmember Harriman?
I'm sorry, am I voting on
The
their
substitute
substitute?
on Mayor Pro Tem substitute.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
No.
Motion fails.
All right, so now we're back at dealing with Councilmember Gomez's amended language. We're going to, that has a first and a second on it. So can we have any discussion on just the amended language? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra? Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes with Mayor Pro Tem Becerra voting no.
Okay, so now we're back at the main motion as amended. We have a first and a second discussion on the main motion as amended. Hearing none, discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra? Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes with Mayor Pro Tem Becerra voting no.
Thank you. So we are, the council has directed the city manager and his staff to bring back a proposed program with regard to fentanyl education and awareness, understanding that there will be some solid data that supports that. And I'm going to just go on and say that it seems logical to me that part of that would be as to whether or not there's any legal issues. All right. Moving on now to item number 22, citywide landscaping, beautification, and upkeep. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the council, resulting from council having approved your request at the June 6th meeting. This item was placed on the agenda to further your discussion regarding citywide landscaping, beautification, and upkeep.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to further introduce this item and talk about it a little bit. So over the we've learned, and many of us have known this for many years now, having maybe personally been affected by it, or our neighbors being affected by it, or just driving around the streets and seeing that there are certain areas in our city that are looking less and less kept up, and it's not at all by any desire of our staff to not care for our city. It's become an effect of deficiencies in certain LMAD revenues because they didn't have, what is it, the elevator or the built-in criteria that allows for the ability to meet increasing costs. So there are areas in our city that have not been able to keep up with the rising costs and never will at this point because the costs continue to increase. So I'm looking to make sure that our city has the beautification that we all want, that all areas of our community are kept up well. It's important to our residents, and we all know that if you have an area that looks less and less maintained and more weeds growing and shrubs dying and trees dying and so forth, then the less apt people are to take care of their area as well. So this is an effort to make sure that we're doing our best to keep our city well kept and in a state of good repair and upkeep, regardless of LMAD deficiencies. So, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
Any action is at the discretion of your honorable city council.
All right, thank you. With that said, I don't have anything further to add on this. Member Gomez, do you have any questions?
Yes, for this item, I don't know if everybody compared from, but LMADs 1 through 8, there is a large discrepancy in not only the square footage, but also the amount of pay. And I was wondering, is this area mostly 50 plus renters?
Which area are you talking about?
So I compared 1 through 8. So when you look at the one that meets the least amount is also the least amount of, it's the poorest entity that we have in our sector. So you look at LMAD 4, it only has 26 tracks and it's about 10,000 square miles. And everybody else obviously exceeds the $100 mark for their annual. This is just under 65. So I was wondering if that part of Old Town is what we're referring to, because we have a very poor constituency. And if that's 50 plus renters is what my question was.
Madam Mayor, can I get clarification? 10,000 square miles? Are we still talking the downtown area?
I think it was just a slip of the tongue, but I think Mr. Metzler knows.
So page 213, read it verbatim. It says the district consists of 26 properties and 10,018 square foot of landscape area located in Old Town in the city. So it's just on page 213. It's very clear to me.
Member Gomez, one moment. Member Tim did not have the floor. Okay, go ahead. Member Gomez.
Yeah, so I just wanted to understand if that area is also 50+% of our renters, just thinking about Old Town square footage, the historical landscapes, and then the funding that we get for that particular downtown area.
I don't know the number of renters in that area.
Okay, so has there been so if we're considering, I believe, an increase in the beautification of Old Town, which is this particular area, or maybe any others that may fall within that curb, is there a table that we can use a comparison in the property? There's no subsidies, but how can our grants that are being utilized continue to help those members without them being affected when they're very low and they're under the federal poverty of 200%? Can we consider something like that? Have we considered something like that? Or just beautification, aesthetically pleasing is what we're looking for?
Your time is up.
Thank you. So I'm going to actually respond to that a little bit because this particular agenda item deals with citywide landscape beautification and upkeep regardless of LMAD revenue deficiencies. Okay. Member Harriman.
I don't know where that my colleague was going with that. As far as the LMADs, I've discussed this a little bit with our city manager, Keith, and I'd like to see us put together some kind of a program where we can educate the certain LMAD areas that do not have the escalator, so we could get it. It wouldn't actually go on the ballot, correct? It would just however it's structured to vote, but I know the city can only have their hands in so much of that. But the way I'm understanding it, it's possible to use Measure P funds to get this off the ground, or did I misunderstand?
I certainly believe, recalling some of the original intent, that citywide beautification is something that this council could consider. It's not something that we have programmed as a part of our Measure P efforts. In fact, our Measure P efforts have been largely focused on public safety, recreation, things of that nature. So based upon my recollection of the history of Measure P, this could fulfill the intent, which is a requirement we have based upon the resolutions adopted. And of course, the Measure P Oversight Committee will actually take a look at it to make sure that we're fulfilling the intent. I do believe we can satisfy that intent, but it's not currently contemplated as a part of our Measure P program.
Yeah, I just think I've spoke with Doug about this while I was on the planning commission, and trying to figure out a way that we could visit this and educate the people that live in these LMADs or these areas where the LMADs that don't have the escalator. So, because these people, I talk to a lot of people, and they always mention their concerns about the blight, but they have absolutely no knowledge on the process that it's going to require to change that. So obviously, we're going to have to put together some kind of a effort. And like I was discussing with you, and you said that that the city can only partake in that so much.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. If we were to try to pursue an effort to create greater awareness within the community, that is effectively our role, especially as it relates to any potential measure and or voter action, property owner voter action in this particular case. So yeah, we would be limited to just education and awareness and relying on the property owners, which would be the voters in this case, to make their decision. I think we know what the challenge is in some of these LMADs, and that is that they're just not bringing in enough revenue. The revenue that's being paid isn't keeping up with the costs. And the ultimate answer is to get the voters, the property owners that have the direct benefit, the direct special benefit that landscaping provides, to actually consider approving it so that their neighborhoods look nicer. Alternative to that, considering the use of a Measure P, effectively doing that, you're using a citywide revenue that's actually has the same effect of subsidizing property owners that don't want to pay for their own services. That is the potential effect you have by considering a Measure P. That notwithstanding, Measure P in this particular case is completely within your discretion, and if that's the direction that you as a council wanted to pursue, you certainly could. I professionally worry without pursuing an educational or awareness effort, at least a really meaningful one. My worry is that the property owners in those particular areas don't ever get to see the true need for those landscaping areas to be improved because effectively they're being subsidized by another funding source. Is that fair to the public? I'm not exactly sure. That's certainly a policy consideration you have, but is at the same time fair to be using those funds, Measure P particular, at the expense of our goal, which has been largely focused on expanding our public safety? Those are the policy decisions you get to answer as a council, but I would certainly encourage that before going that route, we do everything possible to create a much more meaningful awareness campaign so that the property owners have the best opportunity to make the decision for themselves.
And I agree with that. I'm not a fan of using Measure P for it either, but I just feel like, you know,
Your time is up.
Thank you. All right, Member Irving.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say, I think Mr. Metzler touched upon it earlier tonight. He shed light on how these revenue deficiencies are created or were created. And obviously, you know, I'm not in favor of using Measure P money either. I think the awareness campaign is essential because, you know, I'm thinking about fairness. Who's going to incur the cost? But I understand what you're saying overall, but is it fair that some of us incur the cost and others don't? That's a choice, right?
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm gonna have to agree with Mrs. Irvin, Councilmember Irvin. I don't live in a housing tract, but yet you're gonna take my money to fix everybody else's. We've tried to go into these neighborhoods. We've tried to get, and Mr. Metzler keeps saying it, the owners do not live, 50% of the owners do not live in Brentwood. They're all renters. Of course, they're not gonna vote to rent, to raise their taxes on their property. So all we can do is let them know we're nickel and diming that Measure P to death, guys. First, we want to do fentanyl awareness. Now we want to do other things. We need to watch how we're spending that money. We got 5 years till it's broke. 5 years till it goes down to where we're not supposed to be. Let's let the residents of City of Victorville take care of what's theirs. I get it. Let's start stripping some of these places, taking out all the bushes, all the trees and everything. Throw granite and a boulder there. If that's what you want to pay for, that's what you'll get. We approved a landscape maintenance changeover. Water Conservation has those figures of what it would cost us per square foot to start changing these out. That we can ask for. They know how much square foot of landscape maintenance district we have that don't have an escalator, how much it would cost us to change them over. Because we are nickel and diming it to death, guys. So we need parks that need to be updated. We need services that need to be updated. We have buildings that need to be updated. And let's go change somebody's bushes around their house that don't benefit me as a property owner. I don't live in a housing tract. So what do? That's up to you guys as a whole.
Thank you. All right. So I'm gonna. Okay. So the intent of this item, going back to the intent of it, is for citywide landscape beautification, regardless of LMAD deficiencies. I think the job of the city is to consider the overall health, safety, and beautification of its city in addition to all of the other very, very important things such as infrastructure and so forth and so on. My view is the city as a whole and not preferring one neighborhood over the other. So what's effectively happening for, I don't know, Keith, is it one or four of or is it 3 or 4 of the LMADs that are consistently deficient in revenue?
1 through 4, so 4 of them.
4 of them. Okay. So those neighborhoods are going to increasingly become more and more blighted. And so the goal of this is to not prefer one neighborhood over the other, rather to look at the city heterogeneously and view the beautification of the entire city. It doesn't mean that you focus and invest a ton of money in LMADs. It's just that you don't neglect them just because the revenues aren't sufficient to water them or weed them and so forth. So I wasn't necessarily my contemplation to look at Measure P. I don't know that this the city manager, if this goes forward, would have to look into whether or not this meets the criteria for Measure P. I'm not sure that it does. I'm just looking at the overall responsibility of our city to take care of the beauty of our city that matters to the entire city. All right, so with that said, then I'm going to, yes.
Madam Mayor, can I make one more?
Yeah, you have additional time.
Okay, I
He did not have additional time, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry?
His time was up.
Oh, it was, I'm sorry. So.
Can I make a motion to speak another minute?
You can, and you've been recognized, and the chair will second it.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, the vote.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
I think I kind of misspoke when I said Measure P. That's not what I want to do. I want to put together some kind of a campaign that would be legal for the city to partake in, to get the residents to vote, to get the escalators built into the LMAD 1 through 4. I was just questioning if Measure P would be an option, but no, I want the residents that live in these LMADs to pay for it. I don't want the people citywide to. I just want to bring those LMADs. I would like to see those LMADs brought up to date with our existing ones that have the escalators already built into them.
If I may, Madam Mayor?
I'm sorry?
If I may?
Yeah.
Putting city time, guys, towards this, it doesn't cost planning. Again, planning has to pay their people to go out to these. We've done it. They've denied it. The property owners have denied it. They're not going to spend more money to put a wall up, to clean it up. Madam Mayor, I motion we direct the city. Hold on. Let me get my motion out. And then
I haven't invited a motion, so you may not. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may say something, I don't know if I have no time left.
I believe I don't believe her time was up.
Oh, okay. I believe that the Old Town Plan and all the grants that have been conceived to eradicate the blight they were in place. I also believe that the beautification was impaled within the various grants that Old Town has prehistorically received. Gentrification is not the role of government. This potentially means that low-income homeowners who are on a budget and elderly will not have the privilege of re-entering the workforce to substantiate these higher taxations through a citywide landscaping, beautification, and upkeep. And that is something of a voice that we need to also understand that is there and available, but is absent in this room today. Thank you.
Isn't LMAD 4 going to be taken out with the new roadway down there?
Mayor Pro Tem has not been recognized. Do you wish to be recognized? Yes.
Madam Mayor, several members' times are up, so do we want to
Okay,
allot more
I
time?
was not aware that I was not aware that Mayor Pro Tem's time was up. I don't have it marked that way. Would you like to request additional time? Thank you. All right, so
Do I have any time left?
yes, yes. And you're recognized,
okay.
Mr. Herman. So again, everyone, if you could ask to be recognized first, it would be helpful in my facilitation of the meeting.
Can I be recognized?
Yes.
Okay. I've never voted on my LMAD, which I'm in number 1, which is, I believe, the largest one in the city. It's never been posed to me in 34 years in my home for a vote on the LMAD. So
okay.
that's just kind of a response to Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so we've been all over the place on this. And so since this is the agenda item that I requested with, and again, the intent was to just ensure that our landscaping is being upkept throughout the city. That's just for the overall health of our city. But I can see that there's no way that this is ever going to be on a measure thing. I don't know how much time we spend on doing an awareness kind of a campaign, because I just think it's people's pockets. They're not going to dish out more. But that said, if we do that, my concern is how long do we let that happen while neighborhoods can, continue to decline? That's the rub I have. So with all that said, I guess I will venture a motion to just refer this to the city manager to do a little bit of research on it and see if there's any path forward, and bring it back to the council.
I do a substitute motion.
You can do a substitute motion.
That we turn this over to the city manager with, they have already the measurements, they have already the amounts of what it would cost to change it to Desertscape. Bring it to us to show us what it would cost us. Because the only thing that can be spent on it is Measure P or general fund. So that is my motion.
But thank you. There's a substitute motion. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies. So just to clarify, Mr. Metzler, to make sure that we're all on the same page, this isn't necessarily speaking about areas that want to be lush. Lots of the areas in LMADs are already desert landscaping. Is that fair? I know a big part of the LMAD that I'm familiar with is, a lot of it is it's desert landscaping.
I just drove yours, and the parts that I drove, I wouldn't necessarily call desert landscaping.
They just died.
No, there were
Just
actually
trees and rocks and dirt.
what I saw was some lush plants, plants that I don't necessarily consider. I'm not a plant person, but I don't necessarily consider them to be desert. Certainly not consistent with what we advise at some of our desert gardens in terms of plant materials that we use to try to educate. I quite honestly, probably, I wouldn't call them desertscape. I wouldn't.
On 1 through 4, or just parts of them? We don't know necessarily.
One, you've got a mix because it's kind of different parts of the town. I'd have to go do a better assessment, to be honest with you. The parts that have driven, unless they're dirt, I wouldn't call them desertscape.
Okay, that's okay. All right. So that said, we are back to the main motion. We have a first and a second. Is there any discussion on that? And it just to remind that the council, the motion is to give this to the city manager and or his staff to do some further research on this and see if there's a path forward.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Second that motion.
I thought you did. You did not. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra? Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Irving and Mayor Pro Tem Becerra voting no.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 23. This is the removal of member Bleck and Neri from the Community Revitalization Investment Authority Board. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. The CRIA board, Community Revitalization Investment Authority, is an independent body that some of the members on this council sit on with the intent of formalizing and causing to be adopted an actual investment plan that effectively will serve as a tax increment financing tool to support efforts in revitalizing Old Town. There's been questions about participation from two of the members two of the members have been appointed by this council to serve on this board, members that are private residents representing the community. And so with that, because of those questions, I believe is the reason why you, Mayor Jones, actually asked for this item to be brought back. Sorry. Yes, it was you. And your council agreed. So this item is in place effectively to further conversation.
All right, thank you. And I'll just briefly further introduce it. So the work of the CRIA board is necessary. It's important work, and it requires faithful attendance. And certainly, I recognize that from time to time things happen in our lives that maybe prevent us from participating maybe in the way that we originally had intended or might still wish to. But the bottom line is this council has a duty to have a fully functioning CRIA board that is reliable and can make the important decisions in front of us. So we have one member that has a 20% attendance rate and another member that I think is it's a 40 or 60% attendance rate. Both in my books, that's unsatisfactory attendance, and this council needs to have more reliable participation. All right, so with that, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
Any action is at the discretion of your honorable city council.
Thank you. Any questions?
I have some.
Member Irving.
First of all, Madam Mayor, I want to say I agree with everything that you said. However, I took a look at the CRIA bylaws. I don't see where there is an it's silent. There is no expectation regarding attendance. Mr. Metzler mentioned that. So my question to you is, since there isn't an expectation, shouldn't we, since there are 3 members here, when we convene again, shouldn't we just amend the bylaws to set the expectation, notify those 2 members that they're not meeting it, and if they don't do so, move forward?
Well, I mean, so this is not how. So this is going to be a little to and fro. I mean, I understand that, but the expectation is when the council appoints a standing committee that they're going to be faithful to the work put before them, and that includes attendance.
I know, but when I look at the bylaws, that's what's governing the actions of what we're doing. And more importantly, if we remove those 2 people, do we actually have a board? Because it's kind of, I think the language specifies that 2 of those members must be community persons that live in the district, right?
Right, and that's why part of the background on this is, and the intent of the item is to further authorize the search for replacements. So the understanding would, if the council goes forward with this, would be that the search would happen immediately, and we would have the replacements before the next meeting.
Well, what if we have the problem? I understand what you're saying, but I think we should address the issue that we have an expectation that you should be regular in attendance. I mean, we understand that, but these are community people.
I disagree, but okay.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Who would assign the new members? I don't know who assigned these.
Well, if I recall correctly, the city manager, they brought forth recommendations, and the council voted to confirm.
Okay. So it would go to the city manager again, not the board?
They would bring forth recommendations. They would conduct the search, correct, Mr. Metzler?
We would facilitate the recruitment process.
Okay. All right. Any further questions?
Member Gomez?
Yes. My question is, are there any participation requirements? Like the city council, you miss 60 days, you could get a vote out, but you miss 59, you're still in. I'm just wondering if there's anything that substantiates a participation requirement.
Mr. Metzler?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought we already established that. There's nothing currently in the bylaws that speaks to that.
Okay. How many times has the CRIA board met since its conception?
6 or 7.
Five?
And 5 times.
Is it five, Madam Clerk?
I believe so. I
5.
can quickly get that for you.
And have these members been contacted in person, or how were they notified to know if they would, kind of like do it Prop 218, say yay, nay type of concept? 218 is a far stretch, but just give them their due process.
Well, my understanding is that when the council appoints a standing committee or an ad hoc committee, they serve at the pleasure of the council.
Okay. And
And actually, maybe Mr. DeBortnowski, is that a fair statement?
Yes, I would agree with that.
May I recognize?
It's Member Gomez has the floor.
All right.
And when do these members, when do they meet? Once a year? Twice a year?
I don't recall the schedule specifically. I know we've been calling the meetings to be more serving the business needs to get the plan established, but Mr. Scott Webb helps lead up that effort. Do we have anything that you can recall, Scott, in the bylaws that speaks to regularly scheduled meetings?
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. They're actually not located in the bylaws that were adopted by the CRIA board, but in the formation resolution that the City Council approved about 2 years ago. There is a stipulation to attend meetings. I just pulled it up. It said, so this is under the selection requirement. The City Council gave direction in this resolution to proceed with a 3-step process to ultimately appoint 2 public members. That included an application process, a selection committee review, which includes the mayor, mayor pro tem, city manager, and then following that, the selection process needs to be based off of the public members' willingness to attend and participate in the minimum number of board meetings. After having missed 3 consecutive meetings, the occupied seat shall automatically be deemed vacated.
Okay, so my next question is, have any of these members on the list have missed already 3, and then we could just go ahead and oust them without having to have a vote?
I'm not aware if they've missed 3 consecutive. I believe that at least one of the members is close to meeting that.
Oh, okay.
I think one member has met that.
Okay.
I think the last meeting was the third missed, or the fourth, at the third meeting consecutively. But we would need
like to point out the formation. These are guidelines for selecting the public members. That's the section it's under section 6.
So that's selecting. There's nothing that prevents the council from, if they haven't missed 3 consecutive meetings, there's nothing that would prevent the council from removing them if attendance is an issue.
That's my read of it. The ultimate power to appoint and remove falls with the council, not the CRIA board.
So then now I have to ask though, Mr. DeBortnowski, can we get into an issue here?
You could potentially, I could see one of the members saying that, they signed up and they were there they did not miss 3 meetings in a row. Therefore, they weren't complying with the selection criteria. So I could see some concerns with that, yes.
So if we had, for example, a member attend 1 meeting, miss 2, attend another meeting, miss 2, that's still considered acceptable participation?
That would be acceptable participation, wow. Yes, based on the way it's written right now. You certainly could change that resolution, however, and amend that.
Okay, can we find out whether one of the members has if Member Neri has missed the last 3 meetings.
I believe she has not at this point. For the November 14th meeting,
Is present.
Member Bleck and Neary were absent. For the December 5th meeting, Member Neary was absent. For the February 6th meeting, Member Bleck was absent. I don't have the minutes for the last 2 meetings. But Member Bleck was at this last meeting, so neither one of them have missed more than 2 consecutive.
All right, well, I think then this has effectively become a moot issue because I was unaware of that particular criteria when I suggested this agenda item. So I think in fairness, we have to, it appears that the council's hands are tied that we
Madam,
can't.
Well, if I can continue my questioning until my time's up, please, I would appreciate it. Okay, so the next question then was, is there any possible way that those requirements can be changed by the council, giving the CRIA board them to be able to do anything like this without having to us? Because I don't know if that's part of what you're reading or that state, is that available? Do you understand my question?
Yes, and I would defer to the city attorney. What I was reading to you is straight from a city council resolution. So that is adopted by the city council. So I would assume that would be their prerogative to make changes to that resolution.
That is correct. The city council adopted the resolution. It's not a law, it's a resolution, it's a policy decision. Therefore, if you wanted to change that policy, you could do that by resolution.
Thank you. No further questions.
Madam Mayor, may I ask
Yes.
a couple of questions?
Yes.
When it's stated that it's an independent body, doesn't that mean it governs itself? I mean, we created the board, but I'm sorry, I didn't see that. I thought that the council appoints the initial term. What is the term? Because it was what I read, it didn't say what the term was of the appointment.
So the appointment of the 2 public members were for an initial term of 2 years, and for the second public member, an initial term of 4 years.
And that's in the resolution.
That's in the resolution.
Will you
by the
send
city
that to
council.
me, please?
Yes.
To the entire council, please.
Yes. Yep.
So Member Bleck was appointed to the 2-year term, and Member Neary was appointed to the 4-year term, and their appointment dates were November 2nd of 2021.
All right, so and unless there's no other questions, I'm going to make a motion, but Mr. DeBortnowski, I need to make sure that it's in, because this agenda item is to remove specific members. It's a stretch to ask for us to revise our resolution on this.
Well, to do it tonight, yes.
Yeah.
If
No, not to revise it tonight, but to direct staff to bring back a resolution amending it.
you could, as an agenda item, when you do council agenda item.
That's what I thought. It would be the cleaner thing. Okay. All right. So with that said, this was my item and I have no motion to offer. Does anyone else have a motion to offer? Okay, hearing none.
If I could be recognized, if I could make a motion, and that's going like what you had said, if I would make a motion to give the authority of the CRIA board, you understand what I'm going to say, but I think you're going to make that motion afterwards because you can't make it now. What prohibits you from making it now when it's a motion of this?
Technically you can. I just prefer to do it during council member requests because it's cleaner to later follow it in the minutes.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Nothing else.
I'd be recognized.
Yes.
One is a 2-year term and one is a 4-year term. Why is that?
It was probably staggered to be consistent with council member staggering.
Okay.
Okay. If there's nothing else, we're going to go ahead now and move on to item number 24, city manager reports. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, we do have some items coming up. We have very important items, especially as it relates to our taking on this new space and providing animal care and sheltering. We do have another animal adoption event coming up at our Amargosa facility Saturday, June 24th, July 8th, and July 15th. We'll be conducting those. Those are free cost events. These are opportunities where you can find your forever friend at an upcoming pet adoption event. So far, 9 dogs and 1 cat have found homes through the. I'm sorry. We've had some good success at adopting out animals, so we do have some more events scheduled up here fairly soon. Community service side of the house, we have concerts in the park. Our first concert in the park for this summer was this last Friday. We have another one coming up this coming Friday. It's Hit Me 90s. Focus will be on 90s hits. That's Friday, June 23rd, 6 o'clock in the evening to 8:30 p.m. That's at Hook Park. And then we also on the building side have a couple of projects moving forward. Project Fairing is an industrial warehouse at the corner of Atalanta Road and Momentum. That facility has progressed to us issuing a temporary certificate of occupancy. So good progress there. Other than that, that's all I have at this time, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on to item number 25. This is discussion and possible action regarding upcoming agenda items. Member Gomez.
None, thank you.
Okay, Member Harriman.
None.
Thank you, Member Irving.
None, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. And I just have a couple very quick ones. So we heard from a number of speakers this evening about the concern about a transitional home potentially going up in their beloved and quiet neighborhood. And so I know that this all transitional housing, supportive housing, all falls under the California Department of Housing and Development. And my motion is to request an agenda item wherein we have a presentation from the city manager and or his staff about exactly what transitional and supportive housing is, what are the requirements, what are the duties and obligations of the city, if any, and what protections do our residents have. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And then my second request is to direct the city manager and or the city attorney to bring forward a new resolution with regard to the CRIA board that contemplates what acceptable attendance is and adequate participation.
Second.
We have a first and a second, and I would request that at the next council meeting. We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Thank you. And yes. And with regard to the presentation item, that was I don't know if I made it into the motion, was for the next council meeting. Okay, perfect. All right, moving on to our final item this evening. That's reports from council members, and we're going back again as we did the last time. We're going to stay there with reports on committee reports, etc. So we're going to begin with Member Gomez, and Member Gomez does have a little latitude as we discussed last time.
So my practices and techniques for performing and representing the people is the typical: to be by their side, to be able to understand their issues and bring them to the fore, as I typically do when I speak at these moments. So it's just a different rendition to say it without prolonging the comment of me to provide what I do exactly. So that's the end of what I do. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Member Harriman.
I have nothing.
Thank you. Member Irving.
Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing.
Thank you. And the chair has none. So with that said, that concludes our business for this evening. As a matter of housekeeping, all council members, staff, and audience members will kindly vacate council chambers in City Hall within 10 minutes. That's 10:07, so that these facilities may be cleaned and secured for the evening. Members of the public are not permitted behind the dais. This meeting is adjourned.